Saw 10, Saw X, suX. I didn't like it. For what it's worth, I'm pretty comfortable saying that it was better than Jigsaw and Spiral. So if that's my big reward for wasting a year complaining about them, then thanks, I guess. Unfortunately, saying that X is better than Jigsaw is far more backhand than compliment. If this was the movie that had been released in 2017 instead of Jigsaw, I think its faults would be a lot more obvious, and based on the initial reactions I've read, I do get the impression many people decided they liked this before the Twisted Pictures logo even came up, simply because the bar had been set so low. And I get it. It's the kind of movie you want to like. It does feel like it could be a great movie at any second. You don't want Tobin Bell and his excellent performance to be wasted, and you don't want to accept that if this doesn't work either, then that might just be the final nail in the coffin for the series. But for me, it's too little, too late. On the positive side, I didn't walk away from the theater angry like I did with the previous two. It wasn't this stupefying, what did I just watch, everyone should be embarrassed middle finger of a train wreck. It's refreshingly straightforward and competent on the surface, and while it helps that 9 other movies gave us a reason to care, at least we have a reason to care. I was relieved that there wasn't a second wasted on Keystone Cop, cat and mouse supervillain nonsense. I liked the bottleneck location, and even though I didn't like what they did with John, there's no denying it's great to see him do what he does best. I like that there wasn't a good guy is really the bad guy or secret apprentice reveal. Not that there really could have been, but still. And I appreciate that the first quarter dared to be different and let things breathe and not thrust us pedal to the metal into a trap. It took its time and grounded the plot instead of living in this Acme Corp world where the whole city is pulled into chaos and everyone is standing around bug-eyed. It's also an easy watch. Being a 2-hour film, it's one of the longest, if not the longest in the series, and as we'll quickly get to, that could have been a disaster. The runtime isn't justified at all, but somehow it manages to not be a slog, and as such feels much more like a theatrical release, unlike Jigsaw and Spiral that felt plasticized and straight to video. And it bears repeating. Tobin gives a masterclass of a performance. Any and all upsides of this film rest entirely on the laurels of him still being clearly motivated to make the most of this role. If this was a 30-minute John Kramer pseudo-origin short film sales pitch for a theoretically better movie, you could have done a lot worse. I was genuinely interested to see where it was going, but it's like grabbing drinks with a friend you haven't seen in years and realizing there's just not much new to talk about. While it was a good, if not inoffensive setup, it did what it needed to do and mercifully gave John Kramer a chance to shine for the first time in a long time and not just make special guest appearances. But that all being said, I'd put X closer to 3D than anything from 1 through 6. If the worst of the first 6 is 5, putting X near that would be insulting to it. It's more like 1 through 6, then 10 spots of nothing, the video games, the webcomic, the original short film, my personal headcanon, DVD extras, forum posts, then 3D, X, Jigsaw, Spiral, and lastly, fanfics. So yeah, I'm comfortable saying X is better, but don't get me wrong, it's still pretty bad. This movie, simple as it may be in terms of structure and ambition, does manage to suffer the same half-in, half-out issue as Jigsaw, in that you're asking yourself, what is this, and who is it for? And the answer is everything for everyone, therefore it's nothing for no one. Is it to bring closure to the series? They've already done that twice. Is it to right the wrongs of the previous movies? Maybe, but it's hard telling what it thinks those wrongs were. Is it to reboot the series? Maybe, but where's it gonna go? A sequel between 2 and 3? Give John another torch passing? And yeah, you can counter with, what is any movie trying to do? Why does any Saw movie exist? But 1 through 7 had a story, where each sequel added on to that story. It was always moving forward. It may not have known what it was moving towards, which is a separate criticism, but each movie built upon or intertwined with the previous. That story eventually ended. Maybe not flawlessly, actually, it ended pretty freaking badly, but it was still an ending. The plan 7 years later with Jigsaw was to refresh the series, have the torch passed to Logan, and create sort of this Saw the Next Generation. Whether it was done well, let's just say we didn't get a Jigsaw 2, but you knew what its purpose was. Spiral said, maybe outright continuing this franchise, lore intact, is insurmountable. We need to reset the foundation. Let's move on from the John Kramer and the timeline nonsense and see about going all in on the slow burn detective thriller angle. That burn never got past lukewarm, but again, you see what it was trying to do. There was a fundamental attempt at a story or laying the groundwork for one. I realize I said X was better than those movies, so maybe that tells you how dire things have been. It's the third reboot in 6 years by the same two writers. Regardless of how these last movies connect thematically or narratively, i.e., not at all, there's no getting past that this movie rides the same wave as Jigsaw and Spiral, and that X was a reaction to Spiral's failure, which was a reaction to Jigsaw's failure. And we know that because Spiral doesn't acknowledge Jigsaw, and X doesn't acknowledge either. X is mostly, maybe mercifully, self-contained. Not in the same spin-off way as Spiral, but stick with me. It doesn't do much to follow what comes before it. It doesn't do much to lead into what comes after it. It's inconsequential. And sure, you can say that was by design, a conscious effort to not kneecap itself with lore, that to acknowledge anything explicitly would just bog itself down and defeat the purpose. Or you can argue that there's realistically nothing they could add because of how its book ended. And that's what kept the movie from really clicking with me. I didn't feel like I was following a story, I felt like I was watching a movie go through the motions, where John Kramer just being there was supposed to be a worthwhile experience in itself. This is the problem you have when you try to fill in non-existent gaps. How do you get John more camera time, have him do what people expect him to, yet do something new and do it canonically? And don't forget, it's also a sequel, so how do you make it bigger and gorier and more dramatic than you did previously? And the answer is, you don't. The unavoidable solution is therefore to leave no one alive, leave no trace, and just pick and choose what's canonically beneficial. That in turn trickles down, because while technically these games could have happened in terms of strict time, since we can't account for every single day of John's life, you've got 9 other movies full of characters and events that never accounted for them either, and thusly you've created a movie that weighs on the very shoulders it's standing on. It's not like the series has some sudden renewed buzz that this movie's rushing to capitalize on. It's not even like a 10th movie was the finish line all along and it needs to be crossed. It's just the last remaining card they have to play. At the forefront of the film's problems, there's a lack of story, quite frankly. That's not to say nothing happens. You can boil the movie down to a man with cancer gets conned into a phony surgery and gets his revenge by putting those responsible into games of life or death. Problem is, that's really as deep as it gets, and ends up not just being the synopsis, but the story completely, with little development within and any details just unmotivated and unimportant. A revenge story is definitely enough to carry a movie. It's been done thousands of times. But typically, the revenge either happens slowly throughout the film after a singular sudden incident, or culminates with a big payoff near the end. Typically, the person getting revenge has to coordinate or strategize, or has something to overcome to get to where they're trying to go. But in X, you have a seasoned killer, Peterson says he's been doing this for a long time, figure that one out, who manages to capture everyone in a brief montage exactly one scene after learning he was swindled, magically has half a dozen traps designed and assembled off-camera, and then spends the remaining 3/4 of the movie standing around stone-faced as his plan unfolds flawlessly with almost no intervention on his part. Conventionally, the motive for the revenge should be something tragic or high stakes, and it's not. This isn't the tale of the awkward high schooler who snaps and murders her bullies, you know? While he had his hopes of surviving his disease lifted and crushed, the cancer, sad as it is not worse because of the procedure. He wasn't giving up a treatment somewhere else by having this one, and even his wasted, precious time amounted to a couple of days. It's likely that John would have been spending this time testing or preparing to test someone else anyway, and with his turnaround time on these things, that's not much of a loss. For all intents and purposes, John is no different after the procedure than he was before it, and is no different after his revenge than he was before it, with the exception of adding a few more names to his list of victims. And in a grim way, we don't want John's cancer cured because we want him to continue to be Jigsaw, and we know he will be. So there's always that disconnect when it comes to sympathizing with him. And while he was also duped out of a significant amount of money, it's not as if John struggled to come up with it, was hesitant to spend it, or had bigger plans for it. It's just not part of the equation, and regardless, he's able to immediately get it back with interest off screen before the game even starts. I think there should have been more emphasis on the money angle, and when you consider John's final gesture in the movie, it's almost set up to do so. I know we've been told pretty explicitly that money has just never been an issue for him, and there's nothing wrong with John being wealthy. It's only to his benefit. But $250K could still be a concerning amount to lose, and I think John should have lost it permanently in the con, instead of being so comfortable without it that he can afford to give it away. It's the one loss John can take here since, again, we know his cancer isn't getting cured, we know he's not getting maimed, and it's so understated in the other films that it's just not going to contradict later events. There's a lot of ways that John losing this could affect his future plans, whether it's his games or his will, something that says that because he has a lot less money now, he had to do X, which led to Y, and Y could have opened up the possibility for all sorts of connections. In the interest of fairness, there was a small scene where John is on a park bench doodling the rack from 3. He crumbles it up and throws it away, because just maybe this jigsaw killer thing really only works if he's got limited time to live and not much to live for. So I did appreciate that the idea was there that he might not want to do this if he doesn't have cancer. Sure, he's already got like 4 apprentices and a dozen counts of first-degree murder, but it's not too late to turn his life around. However, at the risk of overselling this, it's a 2-second shot for the fans and doesn't have anything to do with his actions for the rest of the movie. He cares that he and others got conned, but he goes back to accepting his cancer offhandedly midway through the game. And not to keep ragging on this, but despite how much of a standalone, all-are-welcome watch this movie thinks it's managed to be, you have to know the rest of the story, because as an isolated plot, it's about a sad old man who gets the worst news of his life, gets duped out of a bunch of money, and like a proper hero, begins ridding the city of crime with his magic engineering abilities and the help of his trusty sidekick. Then the movie ends with him having a newfound lease on life because he's healed by the power of a child's friendship. So the way to salvage this is to reframe it slightly. Well, it's a Saw movie. It's about games. Yes, John is the main character and he fuels the engine, but ultimately the conflict is about the victim's predicaments. Live or die, make your choice. We know John isn't going to undergo any major change. That's not the point. But as it turns out, that's not the angle either. You can pivot and pretend this isn't a revenge thriller in the same way that you can pretend that Spiral isn't a detective drama, but even by the standards of being a formulaic Saw movie, the game itself is so pathetically underbaked that any potential narrative peaks and valleys are leveled out to make for as easy of a ride as possible. It's little more than a compilation of ultra-gory nonsense loosely held together by a location. This movie couldn't possibly be about the victims because none of them have personalities, arcs, or backstories, and they take no meaningful action except die. They barely have names and dialogue. We'll get into this in more detail later, but they are little more than puppets in a John Kramer production. And it's not even really about John. It's about his payback. But not even really about the payback itself. That's more or less achieved with the start of the game, but instead the prolonged method by which it's seen through. It's not an unworkable marriage to pair that with a quote unquote Saw formula, but it isn't a seamless fit, and the writing doesn't do its part to find that balance. The form that it chooses to take, and what overwhelms every trace of a theme or takeaway, is to be a series of mental upstagings between John and Peterson to see who is better at wasting their time, effort, and resources for no discernible gain beyond bragging rights. And that's only half true because neither character lets on that's what they're up to until basically the last 15 minutes. Neither to each other, and more importantly, the audience. Yes, the movie appears to be about the game, and it appears to be about John. That's the writer's con. But plagued by their dependence on playing their cards close to their chest until Hello Zep, we collectively learn that little about the events of the movie were anything more than premeditated gotchas. So if it's not about John's revenge, since that's accomplished a quarter into the movie, and it's not about his game, since it's on autopilot most of the time and its results are irrelevant, then what are you left with? Very little, as it turns out, and by film's end, you realize that once you get past the candy coated novelty of John and Amanda and the half hearted posturing as classic Saw, there's an empty shell of a movie. What remains is all gimmick and no substance, ripe with leaps of logic that aren't impossible, but certainly immersion breaking. Ever since 3D, the series has, much to my frustration, been short sighted in that it stopped trying to tell a story and exploring what it can do with this great concept in favor of being a series of gimmicks that had a Saw esque plot tacked on to support it, more often than not, self referential nostalgia. Like with 1 through 6, you didn't get the impression that the filmmakers were trying to compensate for a previous movie or were compelled to take the series in a new direction. But once 6 didn't do so hot in theaters, then suddenly 7 became 3D, the final chapter, and the return of Dr. Gordon. To support that, we get a waste of time game with Bobby Dagan and a waste of time goose chase with Hoffman and Jill. Jigsaw's gimmick was, hey guys, 7 years away has been long enough, right? Did you miss us? Jigsaw's back, baby. And once you get past that, it's not really a plot, more so 90 minutes of a CSI cosplay, throwing every Saw cliche it can into a blender, tone deaf as to why the series ended in the first place. Spiral's gimmick was to be a dramatic vehicle for Chris Rock, and thought that by adding on Samuel L. Jackson and a beloved Saw director in Darren Lynn Bousman, that it would have some star power and credibility to distract you from the fact that it's a detective mystery thriller with no detective work, no mystery, and less thrills than the average Saw movie. And so with 10's gimmick. We've gone back to the time of Saw 1 and 2. We've got an entire movie of John and Amanda. Remember 2005 and how great and popular Saw was back then? John being back isn't a story on its own. It's a nostalgia grab, a selling point. Like when a band decides long after their prime to put out a self-titled album and claim they're getting back to their roots. With that approach, it's inevitable that even the familiar or good elements pulled from the other films were always going to suffer by having already been done before. That doesn't make it inherently bad, but once you get over the initial excitement of seeing Tobin Bell back on screen, you're left with a great case of little risk, little reward. It's oddly self-aware in that it's trying to be a throwback and has to pander in that respect, but of course also has to play it totally straight because characters don't know that they're catering for an audience 18 years in the future. It felt at times like they got Tobin and Shawnee to do a table read at a convention, and while it was a very good table read, I wouldn't go so far as to call it authentic. There's something just slightly off, and the elephant in the room is that these are actors trying to play themselves 20 years younger, which you can suspend your disbelief for, but doesn't mean it's not distracting. One of the main issues with the nostalgia grab is that this isn't the first Saw movie since 3D. They've already had 2 other reboots, the first of which came only 7 years after the final chapter, only 6 years prior to X, and itself already played up the return of John Kramer. There's been no time to get nostalgic because the series hasn't gone away unless you consider a 3-film run of failures as being away. And if that's the case, it's still away. It takes it for granted that its audience are people who saw the first few movies, dipped out, and are going off 20-year-old memories and less than flattering public perception to fill in the blanks. They want you to broadly recall John and Amanda, enough to want to see them, but it's to no one's benefit to dial in on the what and why. As far as the movie is concerned, John Kramer is merely a guy who conducts wacky games, rambles off a lot of quasi philosophical puns, and is obsessed with twists. And Amanda is a woman child sidekick who is prone to mood swings and good for some dark comedy relief. What they accomplished or underwent previously is not just irrelevant, it's antithetical. The studio chose to market this as suX, not Saw 1.5 or whatever other lame subtitle they could come up with for people who are scared of big numbers. So it's like it wants to be a continuation of the series. It wants you to consider this movie canon and appreciate it for being part of the original story, but it also deflects criticism by playing that pretty loosely. It's not very well connected at all, despite how much of a series staple that interconnectedness is. It just theoretically exists amongst everything if you take the writer's word. A word best summarized as pretend the other movies exist if it makes the film better, and ignore them if it doesn't. It's a canonical, standalone, throwback, origin, interquel, but not really, that confuses status quo for stereotypes and authenticity for fan service. No matter what you say bad about the movie in terms of what it tries to be, it can always say it was something else because it certainly is. It wants to convince you this is a love letter to the series and to the longtime fans, but it's more like the movie backtracking in order to meet with the audience that fell behind a long time ago and allowing those of us who have kept up to fly past them. In other respects, it presents itself as a closure movie, like the series prematurely ended and this is a long overdue wrap-up for the fans. But the story and time period they chose makes no sense for that. Though admittedly, I'd rather have this than the Gordon Hoffman wrap-up some fans still mindlessly clamor for. Even if there was closure to be had with John or Amanda or a gap to bridge in this time frame, the movie only just barely references the other films and clearly isn't concerned with answering questions. So you can say it's kind of a reunion movie, and the marketing even touts the return of Jigsaw. But you can't reunite or return two dead characters in the past who, in story, haven't been separated or on a hiatus. It can't do the where are they now approach. It's an interquel, but is almost entirely isolated from the movies on either side of it, and as we'll get to, the movie takes too many liberties for it to mean anything. It also rehashes John's cancer diagnosis so it can sell itself as an origin story, but even still also has to open itself up to even the slightest possibility of a sequel, which is the perfect excuse for the writers to kick the can down the road regarding any obvious lingering questions. Don't get me wrong, I don't think that moving forward with a 3D 2, Jigsaw 2, or Spiral 2 would have been a good decision. All things considered, this Saw 1.5 was probably the least dead-on-arrival approach if those are the alternatives. But I would at least respect there being some sort of continuity or vision on the part of the writers. X isn't anyone's vision, though. It was the dusty, chipped remains of one that the writers botched the restoration of. At its core, it does very little to sell you that any of what it's doing is innovative or non-derivative. So what you're left holding is just the tale of the least important events, characters, and games in the history of Jigsaw. Even the barn game was used as a backstory for Logan. Not saying that it's a net gain for it, but it's something. And the slew of one-off secondary games elsewhere in the series usually had detectives on the trail or were followed up in some regard. And I suppose as long as the series isn't officially dead, they can always circle back around to this and prove me wrong. But until then, all it's proven is that it doesn't matter. If the movie can't or won't strictly adhere to the timeline, I get it. It's probably an impossible task at this point. But that also doesn't give the movie free rein to just not care at all and pretend that suspension of disbelief doesn't apply anymore, like they didn't happily choose to paint themselves in this corner. Like, 3D was in a tough but not excusable spot because it had to be Saw 7 and it had to be the final chapter. It couldn't be a reboot or prequel or something in between. And it was bad. Jigsaw comes around and is allowed to be everything: a reboot, sequel, prequel, contemporary sampler platter posing as an entree. And it was bad. But people excuse it by saying that, of course, continuing a series that hit critical mass was always going to be messy and goofy. Spiral comes around just a few years later and chooses to be a traditional reboot and modern day reimagining. And it was bad. But people excuse it by saying that, of course, a near complete spin off with no returning characters, locations, or plots is doomed to fail as a Saw movie. X seemed a little less confident in what it was, but was confident that the mere presence of Tobin and a smattering of remember thises could make up for it. Yes, John being there is great. His presence is the movie. But about halfway through it, it becomes apparent that his appearance is serving as a crutch to compensate for a tenuous script. And while compensating for it is something, it's still tenuous. So, as much as it pains me to say it, I think X gave us the worst interpretation of John Kramer to date. Now, this is not a knock on the acting of Tobin, and this isn't even to say that there's a correct way to write the character, because he's admittedly not been clear and consistent. But with that being said, you could somewhat forgive that inconsistency with the knowledge that he's a serial killer who is psychotic and hypocritical. That doesn't mean he bounces wildly between personalities or that he's incapable of contradiction, but there was a twisted method to his madness that often moved the goalposts. X strips away any debate of a moral gray area for John. It damn near strips away the notion of him being a serial killer at all in order to depict him as a tragic, altruistic vigilante who just so happens to have a unique talent for engineering death traps. Knowing that he's an established killer might help you to be drawn to his character coming into the film, but it's not going to justify or translate to what he's doing in it because he doesn't really have anything to do once the game gets going, but spout occasional Jigsaw-isms and stare menacingly. The first trap of the movie is a dream sequence that apologists like to point to as a fresh window into John's psyche, and that I just point to as cheap, considering there's no good reason to not frame it as a dream beforehand. We're on Saw 10, people. The absolute last thing that warrants reinforcing is what John is thinking when he sees someone committing an offense. We've seen him acting on that dozens and dozens of times. John having visions of a trap in which the victim loses at the last second really tells you all you need to know about how the writers see John. You might recall I made very similar criticisms about this anti-hero business with Logan and Will as well. So any discussion about this being a newly explored nuance to the character is lost when 3 different characters have been painted with this same brush 3 movies in a row. At this point, it's not an interpretation, it's a fixation they're incapable of straying from. And I don't think that's because they're truly unknowledgeable or don't care, but more so that it's just the easiest thing to write. If you reduce Saw down to guy puts wrongdoers in death traps, the lowest hanging equivalent would be to go murderous but well-meaning justice seeker takes down unrepentant criminals. And while the series falls into that with many traps just by nature of the sheer variety of victims, it's rarely the takeaway. It shouldn't feel like the punishment fits the crime, and you certainly shouldn't leave the movie happy that John did what he did. X, however, caught up in its own fandom and unable to separate liking a character with a likable character, does a complete face turn with John. It had us, at best, apathetic towards every new character, the ones who have an actual dilemma and most potential for development, and siding with the deranged killer that we've spent 20 years with who has nothing standing in his way and nothing new for us to learn about. The movie either doesn't want us to or completely fails at giving us a reason to be interested in, never mind root for, anyone that isn't John or Amanda. For all intents and purposes, John is the protagonist, but yet, short of a single inciting incident at the beginning and a long-delayed jeopardy at the end that also serves as the climax of the film, there's a movie-length void in the middle. There's not anything John is working towards or trying to overcome, because all the hard work is done before the game even begins. His game never appears to be at risk of failing. Amanda isn't at risk of sabotaging anything. Parker's sudden appearance would be a slight inconvenience if it wasn't anticipated, and John has no commentary or even interest in the game's outcomes for the most part. A little over a third into the movie, John's captured everyone, set everything in motion, and, much like Jigsaw's barn game, because we're left in the dark as to how the game itself is constructed, what little investment remains is somewhere between stagnant and fruitless. Which, if we wanted to see these people overcome and win, then no, we don't need John active and involved. If the movie's centered around the game as a game, then John could just be a shadowy figure watching over. But when you've reduced Saw to a one-note revenge story that victimizes the killer of all people, you can't play it both ways. To illustrate just how far gone we are with the John Kramer character, let's go back to Jigsaw, where the movie's big moral statement was John confiding that he's now learned to never come from anger or vengeance. It was laughable then, and may as well be retconned now, considering the movie is fueled by those very two traits. And it's the same writers who now can't even manage to not step on their own toes, and yet were entrusted with a John Kramer deep dive. This is purportedly the same Jigsaw killer that let a guy cut off his foot and slither away because he thought his family was being murdered. And in the next movie, he locked a guy away who was goaded into losing his temper by the constant threat of his son's death. But in between is X, a heartwarming tale of triumph where John takes down a group of scam artists and saves a child from a scenario that he entirely orchestrated. We've got him in the prime of his career. No getting sidetracked with backstory, no flashbacks, just him arguably at his most sadistic and mysterious when he was kidnapping children, laying booby traps, and people didn't know his identity. So what better way to recapture that spirit than a movie where John befriends a bored little boy, fixes his bike, and he shows his face to every single victim. He also gets visibly upset when one of them is killed by someone else's hand, even though he was fine watching Zap get bludgeoned by Adam, and the movie ends with him giving literal bags of money to the needy and practically skipping into the sunrise. You can think John is good or bad. You can think the people he's testing are good or bad. But there's usually, hopefully, a debate or interpretation to be had, and it sucks that these writers are so enamored with Jigsaw being a superhero that they're afraid to do anything that doesn't reinforce that in the most flanderized way. He has a no guns rule for crying out loud. Just one example is Peterson's capturing, where Amanda, who in Saw 1 goes from waiting in Adam's closet scared to death and leaving behind creepy-ass puppets, to X, where she's teleporting around a highly secured compound of a house, sneaking on the roof, and busting through a glass ceiling like she's Batman, not even as a means of capturing, but to lead Peterson to her capturing. Much later in the movie, during Peterson's endless "ha-ha, got you, neener" ramblings, she decides to play writer fanboy surrogate and brag how she was able to get one over on the great John Kramer. The great John Kramer. So not only is Jigsaw a killer with maybe 5 to 6 bodies to his name up to now, considering the barn game and bathroom haven't been found, just renowned to the point that neurosurgeons from across the world know his MO, but John himself has also been outed as the Jigsaw killer. Otherwise, what would be so great about him? Remember, the best lead anyone had coming out of 1 was Zep. Like, maybe you can argue that sometime between Saw 1 and 2, the cat got out of the bag and now everyone knows who he is. I guess it wasn't worth exploring in a movie set between 1 and 2, but alright, let's play along and say John Kramer is Jigsaw is common knowledge. Let's say that he's already notorious on a worldwide scale to where someone like Peterson can mock his "I want to play a game," or as she says, "I would like to play a game." Let's say he's already somehow earned a mainstream reputation as one of the most twisted psychological masterminds of our time. Why then is John out and about making regular trips to the hospital, going to support groups, sitting out in cafes, giving his medical records to strangers, going to airports, and using his name everywhere he goes? He's clearly not a recluse, nor is he giving himself up. So, where are we in the story? While you wrestle with that, let's throw into the mix another line from Peterson where she says, "When I realized who you really were, Jig fucking Saw, I got a bit worried." All right, you've lost me. So we have a great John Kramer, but at the same time, Peterson admits she didn't know John was Jigsaw. What does she mean she got a bit worried? You mean in addition to getting attacked at her home, kidnapped, and waking up chained by her neck in the middle of nowhere? Like the severity of the situation didn't quite click until John moseyed into the room? What is the movie trying to imply she knows? She doesn't follow up on any of these trains of thought. She doesn't explain how she was worried, or when she stopped worrying, or why she felt it important to tell John she was worried. The way that Peterson continues to rag on about her genius, you'd be forgiven for thinking that she went into the scam itself with the goal being to rip off the Jigsaw Killer as some sort of trophy of her abilities. To be honest, that's what I thought they were telling us the first time I saw this, and the movie puts so little thought into what Peterson is actually saying besides generic bad guy fluff that, it's still not impossible that's what they were going for. The knee jerk defense to this criticism is to say, well, what did you expect? It's the 10th movie. It's not supposed to be deep. Just go along for the ride and appreciate seeing Tobin and Shawnee again. But it's not as if I'm mad at the movie for not having some greater moral or allegorical teaching. This isn't a case of miscalibrated expectations, but wholly suspending your disbelief, since the premise of having like 5 or 6 fully realized yet never referenced traps this late in the series is silly, and having John gullibly running off to Mexico and getting scammed is silly. And the movie asking us to sympathize with John as if murdering and torturing dozens of people is somehow a lesser offense than cheating the dying out of their life savings is also silly. As intrigued as I was with what we'll call the John Kramer portion of the film and its kind of droning solemnness, and as much as I hoped that its momentum would carry throughout, I don't think that's necessarily because it was well written, but more so refreshingly paced. Part of this is because the Jigsaw portion to come just squanders it. And part of it is because the scam and everyone involved are so unashamedly one dimensional and far fetched that it's less of a professional con and more of a glorified phishing email. It was interesting to take this dreary, dreamy look at John and to see him interacting with normal people in normal places normally. However, unfortunately, these everyday people he talks to are all con artists, with the exception of maybe one doctor at the very beginning that he treats like dirt. The idea is that this organization, the Peterson Project, reaches out to people who have a terminal illness and sells them on a procedure that I believe just outright claims to cure cancer with 90% success. And this isn't some shady, back alley, unlicensed surgeon. This is one of those big pharma isn't ready for this and conspiring to keep this quiet. We're totally qualified, but strictly speaking, this isn't legal, so we're constantly on the move deals. And from this description, you could see where a 60-plus-year-old man with late-stage brain cancer would fall for this and be eager to roll the dice. But even from the point of view of a scammer, trying to be as convincing as possible and perfect this from every angle, which, make no mistake, is what the movie is trying to sell this as, it's hilariously undercooked and just a textbook case of diminishing returns. And this is what happens when you've only written the vague concept of a scheme that has to appear so legitimate as to fool even the greatest minds, but flawed enough that it gets busted relatively quickly and dramatically. You inadvertently make both sides of the con look dumb. This scheme is on par with Logan and Will's plans in terms of a needlessly high risk of failure and heavy emphasis on putting on a performance. The only difference is that the writers see Logan and Will as geniuses for it, while Peterson, for her role in spearheading this, is treated like a B-level Bond villain, just without any personality. So let's really dive into this Peterson project. First point of failure for this con, right off the bat, is the recruiting stage. The film claims that this scam has been going on for 8 years and with 34 previous victims. However, with what we see of it, it's tough to believe anyone has fallen for this or that Peterson has managed to get away clean every single time. The way that John gets roped into all this is that he's at a cancer support group, though I don't know why because he treats it like detention, where a guy named Henry gives the standard, "I don't have very long, but I'm going to fight this" speech to the group. Now, this is not where the scam kicks in. he doesn't approach John or vice versa. In fact, they don't talk at all. Some unspecified time later, John is at a cafe and just so happens to spot Henry in line. Now, Henry is in on the scam. He doesn't actually have cancer, but this deception is so deep that he's going to pretend to not notice or even really remember John, which is understandable since John didn't say a word at the meeting, and let him make the first move. John is like, "You're looking oddly healthy for a guy who should be on his deathbed. What's your secret?" And Henry, "Oh, I found this off-the-grid treatment. You should go to this website. Also, check out this scar." So I don't know if Henry didn't plan to bump into John, but took advantage of the chance to make his pre-canned sales pitch, or if there was some mind game nonsense and this was a targeted encounter. Neither makes more sense than the other. Are there a lot of Henrys out there recruiting, or is it just him bouncing between support groups? Does he just go to one session, make his speech, and move on to the next city? After all, there's only so many groups he can attend in one place for so long. Did he follow John specifically, or is he keeping tabs on everyone from the groups so he can stage these chance encounters? Does he walk around everywhere with his fake scar just in case someone notices him? What happens if no one notices him, remembers him, or wants to talk to him? He was a random guy who gave a 10-second self-affirmation and didn't say anything that would leave a lasting impression. At what point do they figure out that these victims even have the money? This must add tons of wasted time to the con, considering Henry needs to have disappeared long enough that the mark wouldn't question why he's not in terrible health. How do they know that the victims won't be too ill to make the trip by the time Henry swings back around? And is this why Peterson only manages like 4 of these a year? Just what is Henry actually tasked with doing? He's not just approaching cancer patients. He's not just pretending to be cured. He's not even selling the procedure especially hard. He's just doing this weird plant the seeds, wait it out, hands off song and dance. From here, Henry disappears for the rest of the movie. Well, sorta, but we'll come back to that. Point is, this is beyond a scam. You're taking advantage of the last remaining hope of very vulnerable, dying people to get their money. You don't need to go above and beyond to make it ultra convincing. Henry could have gone up to every single person at the support group right after the meeting, told them he has a cure, and sadly, he probably would have gotten a lot of volunteers. He doesn't even need to say that he was sick himself, just that he's a representative. So John looks up Peterson's website, and after watching a whole 2 promotional videos, decides to submit his medical records and personal info into their Contact Us form. Exactly 1 nap later, Peterson calls and pretends that she's in such high demand that she can book John in 3 months. No biggie. Which of course is a power play since she knows he doesn't have that long. She already reviewed his medical records after all. I don't know what this bluff is accomplishing, but it's a pro move regardless, and she walks it back like, "Well, I guess I can open up a spot and get you in next week." So at this point, the Peterson method is to make a speech at a random support group where the victim is hopefully paying attention. Stage a chance encounter weeks to months later where, again, hopefully the victim is paying attention, isn't too busy, and makes the first move. Give the victim a website for them to visit at their leisure and pretend that you can't schedule them before offering them a time frame they would have eagerly taken in the first place. And yes, I understand the psychology of shady sales tactics, but this is not a ploy to convince dopes that they need a Ferrari right now. This is a phony illegal clinic pretending to perform a non-existent procedure in a foreign country on people who need next to no convincing. Now, there's this weird backstory element regarding Peterson and her dad that I'm still kind of chewing on. I'm gonna guess that the writers really weren't sure where they were going with Peterson and her legitimacy, much like they seem to struggle with Zeke and his knowledge of Article 8. So it takes such a back seat that it may as well not have been in the car. Now, this is all going to be very hard to parse because, as I'll repeat 100 times throughout this, everyone in this movie is constantly lying, so you can't be sure what is part of the show and what is genuine insight. For all intents and purposes, I believe Peterson is supposed to be a qualified doctor. Maybe not actively practicing, but at least has the credentials. Her dad, Finn, is the one who developed the procedure and the treatment for which Peterson based her con off of. And from what we're told by Peterson, and from a private conversation between John and Amanda, he is the real deal. So the backstory is that Finn was basically sent into hiding by the pharmaceutical companies because his method would disrupt the entire industry as we know it. The implications of this one guy having discovered the honest-to-God cure for cancer aside, this somehow leads to his daughter taking her dad's allegedly real treatment and choosing to turn it into a traveling circus of a con, where she just pretends to perform the procedure and then runs away laughing her way to the bank. What is the rationale here? Like, regardless if Peterson is actually performing this or not, she's still outwardly giving off the impression that she is, and there's nothing stopping word from getting around once she starts handing out her website to random support group attendees. So what is the functional difference to an outsider between Finn's procedure and Cecilia's? Couldn't Finn just take the legitimate method out on the road if that's all it takes? Like, maybe it's more cost effective, time effective, and easier to fake it, but from a writing perspective, why is there a real procedure at all? Why is there a Finn other than the writers just needing one more cog in this wheel that would get John to fall for this? Maybe without this one extra persuasive element, the audience might go, no, actually, this is definitely a scam and too good to be true, and John is a moron. If someone had access to a cancer cure or their parents' cancer cure, and their intention was to grossly profit from it by any means necessary, is this really the best way to go about it instead of just selling it off to the highest bidder Fallen Kingdom style? And the reason I say that I believe she's a qualified doctor is because the movie only seems to imply she is one based on her knowledge of various techniques and jargon as they're relevant throughout the game. She seems to conduct herself as such, and while she does explicitly say, "You're right, I'm a fraud," I'm not sure if the implication is that she isn't a doctor at all, or that in the context of the scam she's a fraud. Point is, if the movie was about Peterson, a fake doctor making up a fake procedure, and we cut Finn entirely, it would be the exact same movie, and it just introduces a lot of murky hypotheticals regarding John and Amanda choosing to keep this world-changing secret to themselves. When they do get around to discussing it with each other, the plot can't do anything with it. John can't say, "Well, I didn't know Finn was legit," because you can't have John Kramer admitting he didn't know something, in this movie at least. He can't say, "I think I'll give Finn a call," because John would be healed, which kind of fission mailed the rest of the series. So all they can do is just have John be like, "Yeah, I know he's legit, but I'm good, thanks." The scene is touching, yes, and a refreshingly grounded moment in a dizzying masquerade. But it also only seems to stem from the writers painting themselves in a corner by having a real procedure. John's new mindset isn't well rationalized in the context of the story. Not saying I don't believe him, all things considered, I actually like this scene. But this conversation does feel a bit shoehorned here since both he and Amanda admit they both knew already. So why is it just now coming up? And what happened to cause John to give up his fight in the midst of a movie about him doing anything he can to get cured? The point isn't that there can't be an answer, it's that the movie doesn't seem to have one in mind. What my hopes were coming into this movie and learning that this plot centered around an experimental procedure in Mexico was that this was a legitimate, or at least functional, clinic, possibly doing some dangerous or gray area treatments on the side. Or maybe the clinic knows that they're doing placebo surgeries, but that for these patients, a false hope is better than no hope. That way, what they're doing is wrong. They're ripping people off. But you could argue they're well-intentioned people who tiptoe that line of morality for selfish reasons. What I wasn't expecting was an extensively staged Truman Show of a procedure, where everyone John talks to, no matter how significant, is acting and in on the whole thing. But I also wasn't surprised. These writers adore these sorts of fake-outs. Logan was acting during the entirety of Jigsaw. Will was acting during the entirety of Spiral, and while it's slightly subverted in X, it's not much better in terms of understanding why they went to such lengths. The movie certainly could have done a lot more with the concept of a shady clinic, something akin to the way suX tackled the American insurance industry, but for every suX, there is a Spiral and its laughably butchered take on police brutality. so I guess I can't blame them for playing it safe here. But tabling that for now, John jump cuts to Mexico and hitches a cab with his prearranged tour guide, Diego, towards what appears to be like a villa in the middle of nowhere. Because it's super critical that a questionable hush hush touring practice be convincing as an overnight resort as well. But even before that, during the ride there, there's a scene where the cab is violently cut off by a van and John is held up by masked men with guns. Thankfully, John Bond is as cool as ever, and it turns out to be just a prank, bro, as they only wanted to confirm his identity. John makes a crack about this warm welcome to Peterson later, and she's just like, we can't be too careful. Which, firstly, doesn't need to be true at all for this to appear to be real. Security is one thing, armed mercenaries are another. And secondly, Diego is part of Peterson's team. He picks John up from the airport, so any security in place should definitely know who is coming and when, and they sure as hell don't need to stage this attempted carjacking to ask John for his name. It just doesn't add up, and it makes no sense from Peterson's perspective to suggest that anything about what she's doing is fake. And yet, they try to scare John by pretending to hold him up before he's even arrived at the facility. Really, this is just a way to tack on some action, because there isn't going to be much during this section of the film. It was a very strange moment that tonally is out of place with everything else going on, unless you believe that John would be suspicious if he wasn't held at gunpoint on a Mexican back road. And it's at this point that you kind of realize that, for as captivating of a presence that John has, that he might just be coming off a little too gullible. I respect that the story here is that John is vulnerable and that Peterson had the perfect pitch to take advantage of that. But this is not the tragic origins of Jigsaw. We've been down that road. This is us picking up with a fully formed Jigsaw. But besides a wink-wink line about his hobbies and the dream sequence, the movie has to pretend he's still mostly a regular dude, because the con would have never gotten off the ground otherwise. Like really, John has near psychic perception and unparalleled access to the most private information about almost everyone and has devoted himself to digging up all their skeletons. He's been the smartest, most calculated man in the world for 9 movies, and maybe that's not great writing in itself, but you can't backpedal from that now. But based on one brief anecdotal conversation with Henry and some videos on the internet, he's convinced to hop on a plane to Mexico and get his brain prodded. Never mind he's already tested his surgeon, the intern who screwed up his x-rays, and he's got big plans for his insurance company, but for this little vacation, his faith in humanity is temporarily restored. And from my recollection, while there's a lot of mumbo-jumbo about tumor removals, medications, and treatments, this is effectively a miracle cure. They have the cure for cancer. All of them, evidently. John isn't going into this as a guinea pig with a high degree of risk. This is him hopping the queue and eagerly opting into an exclusive procedure that should revolutionize medicine, which is such a great claim that anyone, especially John, should be skeptical. But he's not, and really for no other reason than the idea of desperation. Despite his cancer diagnosis not being a new thing, and he's already channeled his brush with death by being the Jigsaw killer. I'm not buying that this lost slice of time is John's big moment of weakness. He's had plenty already, and it's why we have a Saw series in the first place. Even accepting that John is now especially worried about his mortality, though, the movie gets around the obvious questions in doubt by making sure that John interacts with literally no one not in on the scam. Even though, again, he's got 4 apprentices, one of whom is a surgeon, and another who is near obsessive and seems to double as his full-time caretaker. He can't talk to anyone or let anyone know where he's going or do actual research because he'd be talked out of it immediately or look foolish for not listening. So John arrives at the facility and gets the tour, which is scenic on the outside but amounts to a creepy, sterile, makeshift plexiglass room in the corner of a dark chemical factory where the surgery will occur. For all their efforts on legitimizing this place, they certainly spared some expense on this dingy little room that looks like something John would have built. And that points to the movie's own confusion. If they want this organization to be a sketchy, underground, minimally staffed clinic that desperate people will put up with, or if this is a luxurious, professional, well-oiled surgical center that reflects the exuberant cost of entry. John meets Dr. Peterson and a handful of staffers whose names you will never remember. Since the group is having so much fun playing doctor, one of the con men, Parker, gets in on the action by playing fake patient and gives John a passing pep talk. So, point of failure number 2, there's too many people in on this, and there's only like 6, with one guy taking on 2 roles, which is also the third point of failure. This ends up being really important, because the scam payout is being split amongst the group, and money is the sole motivating factor for all of this. Yes, more actors in theory makes for more immersion from John's perspective, but is increasingly questionable from Peterson's. At the end of the day, nobody involved is doing anything legitimate that necessitates skill. The procedure in itself is made up, and being performed under already unconventional circumstances basically means it can make up its own rules. John is not going to know any better, and even if this is what finally raises some red flags for him, what could he possibly do about it at this point? Peterson probably could have gotten away with saying that this is such a secretive operation and she's the only capable surgeon in the world that she'll be performing it by herself and then pocketed all the money. I don't know what adding a few people to act for an hour or 2 is really doing for this scheme. If she's so against splitting the money, as we find out, then don't devise a plan that requires you to split the money. We know Peterson isn't above murder and doesn't give a crap about anyone. So heck, just kill everyone in the group after you get the payday, or flee and don't pay them at all. To the best of our knowledge, the procedure goes off without a hitch. John gets put under and, as he's wavering in and out of consciousness, he catches a live view on the monitor of his brain being probed at. It's all very friendly, convincing, and professional. When John comes to, he's in the recovery room bandaged up when Peterson comes in and blows some smoke about the surgery being a success, and before leaving she's like, "Be sure not to get your bandage wet." John is of course grateful, and lets her know that the other half of the payment will be wired tomorrow. This sounds trivial enough as a statement, and I guess it is. However, not only have there noticeably been 0 discussions of cost or payments prior to now, but it's strange for John to make a point, unprompted, to say he'll do something, and it's never followed up on whether he did or didn't, or why it would matter either way. We already assumed he paid the full amount. We already assumed they discussed it, and the plot continues on also making these assumptions. So I don't know why the conversation ended on that note, other than the writers realizing they never talked about money, but also thinking that John writing a check then and there was too on the nose even for them. And for good measure, Peterson says that Valentina will be by later for some follow-up. That also never happens. Because from there, we jump to the next morning. John, now with a new lease on life, strolls around town buying gifts for the surgical team. And by surgical team, I mean only Gabriella, who didn't actually help him at all. And by gifts, I mean a bottle of tequila. Seems weird to me to receive a gift from someone and then return the favor by buying them the exact same gift to give to them the very next day, but who am I to judge? At this point though, he has no observable health improvements, and there's a 10% chance he might not be cured at all. Not to mention, he hasn't noticed that he's had 0 pain, numbness, or side effects less than 24 hours after brain surgery. Must be some good painkillers. And here's the big pivot of the movie, where the con gets busted open. John, bottle in hand, arrives to an abandoned and what appears to be ransacked house. He eventually reaches the dingy room that he had his procedure done in, and that's even more run down now, with lights flickering, machines missing, and items knocked over. John spots a case for like an Intro to Brain Surgery DVD, and conveniently, the monitor was left on and the DVD still running, where he discovers that the live surgery was actually just pre-recorded footage. So having now pieced together that he got swindled and that everyone's fled, he removes his head bandage, against his doctor's orders, and discovers that his head wasn't cut into. It wasn't even shaven. This is especially bizarre because the movie definitely showed the team doing both, or at least miming them. But even then, why? That's one thing they could have easily done with zero repercussions. John is already sedated out of his mind, so either do it or don't. I'm surprised the room was real and it wasn't just a painted backdrop. I understand that John wasn't supposed to see the reflection of the monitor, so on the surface, it's a fair enough slip up on their part. Not sure how this issue hadn't come up before, but whatever. That being said, why is there a monitor at all? If John isn't supposed to see it, if it's a problem that he does, and if what they're playing on it is a liability somehow, then why are they using it? What part of their plan is ruined by not having it? Like John is going to look around and go, "Hey, where's your monitor? Guess I'm out." Maybe you can argue that Diego was miming along with it to really sell the illusion, but John is barely conscious. He doesn't know what this procedure should or shouldn't look like, or feel like for that matter, and he's completely helpless. He's also facing away from everyone, so they all could have left the room or just sat around on their phones the whole time, but yet they still chose to go through the motions even though we're the only ones that can see what they're doing. If there was a third party watching over Diego's shoulder that isn't in the audience, then yeah, sure, mime away. But John is the only one who can call them out, and even if he did, they could always use the "this isn't exactly a routine procedure" excuse. This also brings into question their decision to keep him awake for this, despite having the capabilities to actually knock him out, as they eventually do anyway. Someone please explain the rationale behind this that isn't just because it's more convincing. He's already convinced. He's on the damn table. Are these idiots worried he's going to leap up then and there and just run away? And even if they are, then why is he awake? And the reason I'm railing about this so much is because the DVD is basically the biggest piece of evidence that this was a scam, besides, of course, putting a bandage over a non existent wound. And since Peterson's done this con dozens of times, this must be something she only introduced for her brain surgeries, because she's also done procedures for lung, thyroid, lymph, and pancreatic cancers, which surely the patients aren't awake for. I truly don't see the logic here. If they want him to believe they're performing the surgery, then they should want him to see the video. If he isn't going to see it, it makes no sense to have it. It's their world he's living in after all. If the narrative of the scene is that John saw more than he was supposed to, and that's how he was able to piece this con together, then what was the point in Diego catching him? If anything, having Valentina sheepishly turn the monitor draws attention. What were they worried about him seeing? The credits? If they had enough concern to hide it, then this makes them look even dumber for leaving it behind and leaving it running on top of the dumbness of having it in the first place. Peterson and her gang couldn't just up and leave. They had to hastily clear the building out like this was sprung on them. And story-wise, this is explained. Peterson told him they're on the run. But despite that, John finds their sudden absence suspicious enough to investigate. But wait, if they didn't think John would return, why did they wreck the place? If they did think he'd return somehow, which they didn't, why did they wreck the place? Are they just that lazy? They didn't even lock the door. Why would you leave behind such damning evidence? Why is the DVD player and monitor the only thing with power in the entire room? What did they take with them if this is what they left behind? Peterson is probably worried about getting caught, but by who? If she's worried about the victims coming back pissed off, then that means she expects to get found out almost instantly. Couple that with the obvious trail to her, why is the plan designed like this? How about just avoiding pissing them off altogether? The transaction is done. It's not as if the victim can call up their bank and cancel it. So I don't understand what the rush is, what Peterson is worried about, or where the plan went wrong. Or is the story here really that it didn't, but just no one can escape John's vengeful bounty hunter tracking abilities? Like, if it had been anyone else who figured things out exactly as John did when he did, that would have been as Peterson drew it up? What did she do differently all the other times? She still has an active website. Does she change the URL, the staff, and the surgery location for each of these 32 victims? What checks does she have in place to make sure that her victims, their friends and family, or even the police aren't going to lie to schedule a surgery to get back at her? While ripping off the dying sounds like a problem that cleans up itself in the icicle is a murder weapon sense, odds are slim that all of these individuals also chose not to tell anyone before, during, or after the incident. Once this ballooned to over 30 cases and millions of cumulative dollars lost, there would be way too many eyes on this to make it sustainable. Sure, in some cases, that 90% success rate claim might lead people to believe it just didn't work, but even a surgery that doesn't work still requires one to have been performed, and Peterson makes no attempt to cover her bases on that front. It's here in the movie that I could no longer suspend my disbelief. The nonsense with Henry, the elaborate staging, the impulsive trip, or the lack of skepticism could have maybe been overlooked if the con blew up in an engaging way. But after such an overworked, overthought, mentally eroding series of lies, Peterson's final and most crucial step, getting away, comes down to her nicely asking the victim to please not take off their bandage before she can rush out of there. The plan isn't even to convince people they've received the surgery. It's just to get away before they inevitably notice they haven't. I still can't understand Peterson's logic here, and it paints a bullseye on just the most basic questions, like, if you're hiring actors anyway, why are you using your real name and showing your face? Why not hire someone to pretend to be you? Why go through the motions of the fake surgery when at that point you could kidnap, rob, and kill someone? If you must mime your way through it, why would you not cut them open, use fake blood, or do literally anything besides nothing? Seriously, if John took off the bandage and there was a giant scar and a pool of blood, would we even be in this mess? Why not make the victim pay first and then drop them off in the desert after you've put them under? Or personally make sure they get on the plane back home instead of leaving them unsupervised in the city where everyone lives? Peterson was smart enough to stall, but not smart enough to not need to stall in the first place. No matter what, this is all going to fail when the patient still has cancer, is still in a lot of pain, and their doctor says there was never a surgery performed. By attempting to flee, you're only making it obvious you scammed them, whereas if you stick around, you can always pile on to the lie. Just tell John that the surgery was such a great success and that there will be no pain or scarring. It's not less believable than anything else the procedure is claiming. If Peterson wasn't in such a rush for no reason and had stayed behind one day, didn't make a mess of the building, or even just followed up via phone call and said, "We have to get moving, the authorities are on our trail, thank you for choosing the Peterson Project," all her problems would have been solved. I still don't understand why Gabriella was there or what role she's supposed to be playing. She doesn't introduce herself to John beyond her name. She just takes his bags, walks into his room, and says, "Mi familia," when he points to a picture on a wall, then says that Peterson saved her. So she's supposed to be like Peterson's assistant? Is this her house? How did Peterson save her? Is she supposed to be a former patient? If so, why is she still around? It'd be one thing if she was John's tour guide, but after about 3 lines, Gabriella passes him off to Peterson so she can show John around. John never asks her any follow-up questions about her backstory despite being absolutely smitten with her. Peterson doesn't say who she is. John's only accusation to her in her tape is that she pretended to cure his cancer, but as far as I can tell, she wasn't a part of the surgery, and certainly not enough to justify the trap she got. Sure, out of her 3 lines, she still lied for most of them, but she's barely involved in this other than just being complicit. What is Peterson paying her to do? If you really need a bellhop, have Diego walk him in or answer the damn door yourself. There, I just saved you a few $1,000s. Yeah, Gabriella is supposed to be the catalyst for getting John to return and to drive this plot forward somehow, but she does less than nothing to give him a reason to care about her that much. The bottle of tequila is a warm gesture, but it's not like it was a precious family heirloom. She just hands some booze to him in the middle of a conversation and says it's for good luck. Presumably, this was scripted as part of the con as well. Like Peterson went, okay, the day before the surgery, John and I will be casually chatting on the outdoor sofa. I want you to then awkwardly interrupt by gently handing him a bottle of tequila and two shot glasses and telling him it's for good luck, as if you intend for him to drink up then and there. I'm then going to make you look stupid by telling him he obviously can't, and that's the last we'll see of you. Are you immersed yet, viewers? And while you're questioning Gabriella's value, go ahead and cut the two mercenaries, Carlos and his dad, because they're getting paid too, right? Carlos's dad, that's all the name we're getting, is the caretaker of the property. I don't know where Peterson got this property from, whose it is, how long she's had it for, who hired Carlos's dad, and if it was Peterson, why? They must have come with the place since they stick around for like a month after Peterson clears out, but that might just raise more questions. And the point isn't that I really want to learn more about Carlos's dad, friendly as he may seem, but he, along with his son, are a regular roaming presence that are constant witnesses to international fraud, even if they may not realize it. Let's say that, yes, the property needs to look nice. You telling me she couldn't have found someone who doesn't have a 10-year-old running around? She couldn't have found someone who might be willing to be in on this with her? The idea is that Peterson is bouncing around trying to stay one step ahead of the authorities or whoever. This is clearly supposed to be a temporary location, and that's fine. But I don't see the benefit of renting or borrowing or squatting in a place like this that you then need to spend additional resources upkeeping, as if trudging John through a dark, dusty, abandoned factory attached to it somehow maintains the illusion. When she's talking to her next con victim, she says she's going to Bolivia. So she's going to put together a whole new team with the same roles, find another villa, and hire another caretaker for it? And how many victims can she churn through before she needs to move on? Because again, she only averages 4 cons a year, which might be good enough for her, but the scope of this balloons to a comical level if she needs to move to a new country every 3 months. If she's only in Mexico temporarily, or maybe not considering where she's staying, and if she's cleaned out the warehouse the day after the con, meaning she doesn't plan on doing any more, why is she still around? And since she is, why isn't she trying to lure more suckers in while she still has the property and the staff and everything is already set up? For all we know, John was her only victim in Mexico because we never learn how this con scales or even what happens before and after it. Add on that Peterson was able to have all this ready for John in less than 2 weeks after she first talked with him, you really begin to wonder how she's choosing to schedule these. She has to wait for Henry to recruit, wait for the victim to email, be ready in just a few weeks because these people don't have months, and keep changing up locations. It just seems highly impractical that Peterson has to seemingly start from scratch, from the location to the staff, with every victim. This sort of scheme. It's not that John's genius and intuition saw through the BS, or he slowly pieced it together through investigation. It's not that Peterson got cocky or sloppy. From what we can assume, this is the way she's conducted all of these cons. Really, what set this off is just that Peterson's plan is so overcompensated, so inherently prone to risk and introduces more variables than could possibly be accounted for, that it was doomed to fail. As successful as it was, allegedly, as much of a conniver as the movie wants to paint Peterson as, no person smart enough to put this together would be dumb enough to go through with it. There's no logical baseline to how she's going about this. The only reason this has been so successful is because the writers just told us it was and never had to prove it. And this would be bad enough if John was her first and only victim, but she's done this 34 times over 8 years. This is nearly a decade of optimization at work. And yet somehow, Peterson hasn't been able to devise a more controllable, reliable escape plan beyond, don't take off your bandage or try and find me, please. It's a plan that's akin to the vicious circle of taking medications to cure the side effects of other medications. There are so many immersive flourishes that seem to exist not necessarily to convince John this is real, but to convince us that it is through all the shortcuts that movie magic can offer. To obscure the warehouse location, she had Diego pick John up so that he wouldn't have to know the address. She had the mercenaries throw him in the back of a truck so he couldn't see. She picked an off the grid, off the road, middle of nowhere place. She outright tells John, "We must keep our location secret from everyone, even you." Fair enough, she didn't account for John to old school triangulate the location, hell bent on giving gifts, but it doesn't make sense that she's doing all this presumably out of fear of retaliation, but also have no recourse should somebody try to retaliate, and really doesn't do anything to avoid the need for retaliation. Why do you need to do all this and still hoof it out of there and destroy everything in your wake? If you're clearing out the next day, it doesn't matter at all if the victim comes back or not. If they're showing up, that means your plan failed anyway, so no need to rush. Not that John's plans in the series are much better, as we'll prove, but at least those are a case-by-case basis. He's not conducting the same game over and over and over again, or spending actual years cooking one up. But between the Peterson project, John's con later, Logan's 26-point plan to kill a guy, and Will's 15-year plan to become a detective and throw it all away by faking his death just to kill a guy, it would seem for these writers, being meticulous and methodical means taking the least efficient route and putting all your trust in a domino chain of least likely outcomes and then bragging about it. It's to the point that if these plans were half as convoluted or twice as convoluted, they'd be equally implausible because they're just that far gone from what a person would believably do. Every decision they make is excusable as long as by any wild stretch you can claim it leads to the desired result, no matter how minuscule the chances of that may be or how redundant it is. With this revelation, we're out of the John Kramer portion of the movie and into the Jigsaw portion with an hour and a half to go. And unfortunately, the hilariously head-scratching collapse of Peterson's ruse will set the tone for the slapdash nature of what's to come. The upcoming game is so much like Jigsaw's barn game that the writers should sue themselves for plagiarism. And who can blame them? When they wrote Jigsaw, that was their child, their vision. They already had their John Kramer story and used up all their important callbacks. And now they're being tasked with doing it again after their other failed reboot. Now, in some respects, X's game had a little more thought put into it, but at the same time had a flatter execution. And both are guilty of, we don't have an ending, but we've got a twist. X mercifully sets up some background context on the people involved. Now, they don't have characters and don't confuse it for backstory, but we do get some insight as to how John knows about these people, what their connection is, and what they did. Jigsaw, for all intents and purposes, dropped us into a game with 5 random people, and with only a couple of exceptions, just ignore how John would have any knowledge about them. They have no common denominator that we learn of, and get about 15 seconds max of flashbacks each to try and humanize them seconds before they're violently killed off. And while I loathe the barn game in nearly every respect, you at least understand that these people have adversity to overcome and crimes to come to terms with that offer some mystery. You may not care, but you understand that it's their game. But for X, the reason you don't care is because the movie has all but told you not to. It wants you to take John's side and believe that the ideal resolution to the story is that all these increasingly unlikable people die, because if they don't, then John didn't really get his revenge, did he? You're conditioned, by nature of just how black and white the movie paints John and his victims, to think of this not as a game, but justice being served for John's own gratification and secondarily for anyone who's been conned. But they're all dead anyway. There are unlikable people throughout the series that, yes, you might be satisfied with being killed. This isn't to say that you should be rooting for everyone all the time or that everyone should survive. But when the game is the central and most consistent conflict of the movie, it shouldn't be a foregone conclusion. This leaves us falling face first into the same problem that Jigsaw and Spiral had. The writers, so eager to legitimize the Jigsaw MO for the third time and to speedrun a sympathetic backstory for their killers, undermine every trap and every character in them in order to serve the single minded goal of said killer. Logan was out for revenge and needed bodies to frame Halloran with. Will was out for revenge and needed bodies to lure Marcus and Zeke with. And John was, of course, out for revenge. And while he didn't need everyone dead, with how personally invested he was in this game and how it's framed as a direct and immediate consequence of the scam, it's hard to imagine that he at least doesn't have a preference for what happens to them. I'm not saying John has never gotten personal with his games. Cecil is certainly a case of just sheer impulsive revenge, but that was also his first game ever, and Cecil was one of the primary factors in shaping John into Jigsaw. But Jigsaw, again, is fully formed by X. That's the point. And yet, the movie egregiously loses sight of what fully formed means, both to John and to Amanda, who, despite being arguably the second most important character in the series, manages to not really be important at all to this movie. I don't think the writers had much of a role for her, but felt compelled to drop her in for fan service and because she's like one of 3 characters they know. I think it was nice to see her on a nostalgic level, so mission accomplished, writers. But I also don't think she made the movie better, nor did the movie make her better. Frankly, I found her kind of annoying, and it was only in knowing what this loose interpretation stems from that makes her tolerable. After the movie pivots into the Jigsaw portion, it cuts straight into having her hopping around the city capturing people. She's just there. But even though her appearance in the movie isn't meant to be a secret, the writers opt to present her being under the pig mask as almost a mid-film twist that necessitates montaging scenes from no more than 5 minutes prior. It's a little condescending. She has little to contribute to the game other than being John's muscle and generally acting unhinged, but not in a way that you feel like she's a threat to herself or the game, and she isn't, but in the sense that she's just not going to be very consistent scene to scene. She hangs around at John's side and only steps into frame to lighten the mood, give crazy eyes, or put someone into a trap. But these are things that John probably should have done himself, because while we know that he orchestrated all of this, he also doesn't have much to do but tell Amanda what's next, half whisper philosophical nothings, and share a couple of hugs and cries with her. To give some credit, these brief, intimate little conversations, while not breaking any new ground and a little out of place amongst the madness, are one of the film's few genuine moments, made all the better by Tobin and Shawnee really mustering up everything they can to sell it. But even with that in mind, I can't think of a single plot point that Amanda is affected by or affects the outcome of. The crowning moment of John and Amanda's plot, the secret seesaw swap swindle, is able to go off just as well with a clueless kid in Amanda's place while she's chained up and helpless. For as little decision making as John has or repercussions he has to deal with, at least you understand why he's there. But Amanda could have been cut completely from this film. Maybe it's not believable that John did everything by himself, and maybe a little boring if he has no one to talk to, but then maybe the writers shouldn't have created a movie where that's the case. I figured when I heard the plot that shipping John off to Mexico was a great excuse to drop the lore baggage, but if Amanda is just going to be airdropped in, then what's the point? You may as well have had this happen in the same city as the rest of the series. And not to spend a lot of time on this, since the writers certainly didn't, but Amanda isn't just unstable chick. She's an overly dependent, emotional wreck who gets progressively more psychotic because it's a really screwed up situation she's in. This movie smooths out all the edges and asks us to believe that this perfect assistant is the same person that felt terrible about Mercy killing Adam or attempted to murder Eric Matthews in cold blood behind John's back. To be fair, the movie does not altogether avoid the idea of development for her. There are multiple scenes of John and Amanda confiding in each other about how she'll handle his work when he's gone. You could even argue that her persistent coddling of Gabriella proved to her that it's not worth caring about the test subjects and turned her into the remorseless murderer she was so proud of being. But it's hard to believe the writers came into this trying to bridge that gap. After Gabriella's death, besides calling Peterson a sick bitch, Amanda will be too busy to reflect on it, too chained up to act on it, and even after she frees herself, doesn't give Gabriella's corpse a second look before leaving the building. So it's hard to see what was gained from this Gabriella Amanda parallel besides the shock moment of Peterson stomping a girl's face in. The idea that Amanda might not be cut out to be the next Jigsaw only seems to exist because no matter what, we're getting to 2 and 3, which forces the narrative. Whether she's unpredictable and kooky or psychotic and calculating, it's always going to be reinforced in some way by what she's done in the later films. She has little to no agency in what happens to herself or others, nor is she being manipulated by John. Besides her calling one non-confrontational and inconsequential audible regarding who will be tested, all she's here to do, and all she will do, is see out the game exactly as they scripted. It's hard to squeeze any character development out of that. Her moments of self-doubt are close to something, but they don't add up to anything because she's completely uninvolved in the final act and resolution of the movie. She gets held up, slapped, chained up, and can only stand there and scream stop. Peterson and Parker go upstairs of their own accord. John and Carlos survive of their own accord. There is no action from Amanda that can be looked at as the reason something happened. Just because she planned to do nothing doesn't mean she did something. I have a hard time seeing character progression in a movie that ends with her and John gifting cash to a little kid and walking away with a big goofy grin on her face like they adopted a puppy. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. So after John unravels the con, literally, we basically hard cut to him capturing Diego, the taxi driver slash head surgeon. There's no segue into any of this. You don't see John feverishly sketching away at ideas, scoping out locations, tinkering with traps, or stalking his victims at all, unless you count him waiting in a couple of cars. This isn't necessarily something you see in the other movies either, but for what's asserted to be a slower burn of a movie that takes a more deliberate look at John Kramer and what pushes him into his Jigsaw persona, it cuts a lot of corners for no good reason. We were in his head for the first and basically only time in the series to be able to witness his eyeball trap vision. But now, for his main game, we aren't allowed to know what he's planning or thinking at all. I'm guessing they avoided doing so because A, they just wanted to get to the good stuff, B, they didn't want to clue us into what was to come because everything has to be a surprise, and C, that would actually require some logic as to how the game was set up. In the other films, you can assume that John has the time and resources to assemble all of these traps because it was all coordinated before the events of the film. But X is a very linear movie. It prides itself on everything transpiring in front of us in real time. Imagine if Saw 1 began with John meeting Gordon, or if Saw 2 began with Eric arresting Amanda. Yeah, we already know that John is exceedingly capable of assembling, capturing, and testing, but this whole movie is predicated on spending 2 hours watching John do exactly what we expect him to do. The tonal shift and change of pace from the brooding first half to the carnival ride of the second is a palpable one. This isn't one of those bait and switches where it eases us into a false sense of comfort before all hell breaks loose. All hell can't break loose because we already know that John is getting conned, and we really know that he's going to capture and test the people who did it. There's no expectations to toy with. So what that means for this movie is that either it's a case of the writers meandering about, padding time in the first half and falling ass backwards into a slow burn, or that they came into this wanting to commit to a more deliberate pace, but they just had no imagination, gave up, and succumbed to old habits when they hit the halfway point in the script. Either way, it doesn't work, and like Jigsaw, you end up with 2 half movies that multiply instead of add. The only saving grace here is that those halves aren't recklessly cutting back and forth under false pretense. There are no shortage of issues with the warehouse game, and besides the ever-looming presence of Tobin and the empty posturing as somehow being classic Saw, I'll say that it, and therefore the entire second act of the movie, is unremarkable and hollow. There is no biggest problem. There's no first and foremost. It's not like Jigsaw and Spiral that just whiffed it and lost all control of themselves. X is a much more numbing experience. You're not overwhelmed with what it's doing and wondering if it's being serious. You're just rolling your eyes and bargaining with yourself to give it more credit than it deserves. Instead of whiffing it, the movie flat out refused to swing, and you're asking if that's better or worse. It's easy to overlook when you trust that the movie is going somewhere, but there comes a point, actually many points, when you realize that it's not going anywhere, and even the big moments are the equivalent of revving a parked car. You'd hope and assume the game would be where the real heart of the film is, where things unfold and bloom, but it isn't, and they don't. Even calling this a singular game is generous. This is not really the warehouse game. It's 4 tests that are loosely linked by taking place in one location over the course of one night. Yes, everyone is part of Peterson's organization. They're all guilty of the same crime. But in terms of how their tests weave together, they may as well have been complete strangers in separate rooms. That is how shockingly little connectivity these traps, and more importantly, these people, have. Even Jigsaw, while suffering from the same problems and pulling 5 random people together with no direction, had the decency to have a few scattered moments of interpersonal drama, teamwork, communication, and mystery. X has none of that. And this goes right back to the movie's fundamental lack of interest in doing anything that doesn't portray John as the hero. If the group were to, heaven forbid, care about what happens to each other, if the game required them to work together or pitted them against each other, then the audience might accidentally start connecting with them, so the movie nips it in the bud. And it's not like you can go, well, this person survived longer than the others, or they got farther in their tests, so maybe that speaks to something, because they're all basically the same traps, lasting the same amount of time, with the same effort put in, ending with the same result. This primarily stems from just a failure to write any characters with depth. It might be a stretch to even say they wrote characters. In terms of people that have any importance, we have John, of course, Amanda, Peterson, Parker, Gabriella, Diego, Mateo, Valentina, Carlos, and Henry. Sounds like a lot, but everyone except John, Amanda, and Carlos are part of Peterson's team and therefore antagonists. And out of those 3, Carlos is the only original character. If you've seen the movie, you'll know why that means very little. And while many, maybe most, Saw victims are one and done and barely get more than a name and a tape, most victims also don't get a quarter of the runtime anticipating their appearance and have the remainder based around the consequences of their mutual wrongdoing. John puts these people in traps that coincide with the one experience he had with them, which is cute for the sake of irony, but doesn't hold a lot of weight since they're not actually radiation techs or brain surgeons or what have you. These aren't career con men, they're just a motley crew of kinda lowlifes caught in one really dumb money-making scheme. In a well-done story, John would know something about the people he was testing. For example, he used Gordon's family as incentive and knew the motel where he met up with Carla. He knew all about Eric's corrupt history and his rocky relationship with his son. He knew all about Jeff's inner demons and his faltering marriage. These are the things that make games worth following for an entire movie and add some stakes for the people involved beyond just cutting off limbs. In X, John holds nothing over anyone's head. He just sort of keeps repeating nothings about hope, retribution, and how lying is wrong. He doesn't try to psych anyone out or get under their skin. As far as we know, he only knows the group's names and one hangout location, but otherwise, he's not motivated to challenge them psychologically or learn much about their lives to test if they appreciate them. Like with 2, while the nerve gas house victims weren't fleshed out, certainly, they did interact with each other. There was a conflict, a mutual connection, an ever-evolving dilemma between working together or being selfish. They were given chances to show personality, briefly discuss their outside lives. You could choose who to like or dislike, and there was something telling about the way characters died. And while the game very much held its own, it also intertwined with Eric's main game who did have a lot going for him as a character. You look at the other films, three's traps all contributed to Jeff's test. 4 to Riggs. 5, despite its shortcomings, had a very well done and emotional final too. 6 was all for Williams' test, and in that, the carousel was spectacular despite us barely knowing their names. While, yeah, I wouldn't say many of the victims in this series were complex, they were at least relatable, interesting, or served a bigger purpose. But in X, it was just impossible to sympathize with like 6 characters who all committed the same crime for the same reason and all seemed to have the same personality, which is to say, none. There wasn't a secondary plot to pick up the slack. We followed this one game exclusively, and while that's not necessarily a strike against it, it is when every character in it is either going through the motions or is treated like a prop. The victims had no say in anything. They just stood around panicked and sweaty until they were forcefully dragged into their one game. This might be forgiven if there was even a microcosm of humanity in any of these people, but besides experiencing fear and pain, they barely have emotions. They're not shown to have any real lives outside of a shared desire to make money, and even then, they have no individual motivations to do so. Why they chose to align themselves with Peterson and her ridiculous project, why they need to resort to this to make money at all, what they plan to do with the money, how they were recruited, who knows? It would have been good to get a scene with the group interacting outside of work hours and talking to each other like real people, discussing their families, spouses, what they think of John, etc. Even during the game, where the scam is the reason for everything, they're not going to talk about it at all because it wasn't written to have anything to uncover about it. Because it's the 10th film in the series, the movie takes it for granted that John's MO is common knowledge, and the victims seem to roll with it as if to say, well, he got us, rather than try to comprehend why the psycho designed this scenario for them. I know it sounds like I'm digging for something that was never going to be there, but the only thing we know about these characters is what we don't know about them. And that's also partly why I think Peterson's scam comes off more hokey than it's probably meant to. If these people don't do anything to convince you this is happening in the real world, then the gravitas of John falling for it all suffers, and it's that gravitas that's supposed to be driving this movie. There isn't a real world for the victims. They make their brief appearance at the end of the first act, but remember, they're playing a role, and the second act is just crying and blood and death, leaving us with only the capturing scenes, which are something, but ultimately they're neither convincing nor important. Valentina is a prostitute in just the seediest, graffiti-laden part of town. She picks up a guy in the club who proceeds to start assaulting her because she had the gall to ask for money. As she's getting overtaken in a car, Amanda knocks the dude out and then captures Valentina. Mateo is a veterinarian, or at least works at a clinic of some sort. After closing up for the day, he goes and grabs some pills from the stock. Gabriella shows up zonked out and buys what turns out to be Oxy, where Mateo delivers probably the most unintentionally hilarious line in the movie, and I quote, "You need to find a new drug dealer." Subtle they ain't. This threat, or whatever it was supposed to be, ends up being hollow, as neither person will be in a position for it to matter. Diego isn't going to sell any more drugs, and Gabriella isn't going to buy any more. They're not going to argue about it during the game, she's not going to try and get back at him for cutting her off. So what was the point? Anyways, after Gabriella gets what she came for, Mateo gets spooked by something, and wanders about until he's cattle prodded and captured. Gabriella is stumbling around and walks into the dingiest, dimmest public bathroom where she plans to just look in the mirror and pop some Oxy in the open. Someone else comes in at that exact moment, and so she hides it and goes into a stall. I don't recall if she actually takes it or not, but it doesn't really matter. Amanda begins stalking around the stall and ominously giggling, and when Gabriella thinks the coast is clear, she gets maced and captured. So it's like, really? A prostitute, a drug dealer, and an addict was the best these writers could come up with? These are what they consider outside lives? They didn't even try. And when you factor in the canon, daring as that is, this movie is followed up immediately by 2, where John tests, amongst others, a prostitute, a drug dealer, and an addict. And it only kind of matters in Gabriella's case because Amanda gets all compassionate and emotional about her, but it doesn't affect what happens. Otherwise, Valentina and Mateo's day jobs aren't referenced again and have nothing to do with their tests, and it kind of begs the question of why they needed backstories at all. I know I've been championing for character depth, but these slices of life just muddy up what would have otherwise been simple, albeit one-note characters. These people are already con artists, and in many ways that's enough. But the movie decides that actually these people are also kind of lowlifes. So you start wondering then why Peterson is trusting oxy addicts and their dealers to put on performances that have $250,000 on the line, or how she even found these people. You wonder why they're not making enough from this that they have to prostitute themselves or sell drugs. Or maybe they don't have to. You can buy into the scheme knowing that everyone's in on it because there's a lot of money to be made, like this is some lucrative criminal organization. But Valentina being a prostitute doesn't make us more invested in her game in any way, or even really explains why she's in on it. Everyone is being tested for something they did, possibly only once, and the movie doesn't at all bring into question why they did that thing or who they are outside of it. This isn't a 9 to 5. You don't end up in this by accident or as a means to just put food on the table. Maybe the story is that Peterson spared no expense in the John Hammond sense and cheaped out on the labor. But this isn't cheap labor. This is just literally hiring active drug users. And no, we don't get to pretend that Peterson might not have known, because for whatever reason, the writers felt it critical to have a line where she chastises Gabriella by saying, "At least I'm not an oxy addict." A snappy comeback that has nothing to do with how they have been or will be interacting. Is it really that hard to assemble a reliable, competent, cheap team that you have to resort to recruiting untrained, probably unqualified, street-level nobodies who all live nearby and who you probably can't trust to even do their job well, never mind keep their mouths shut? As passable of performances as they give, it worked after all, these are obviously not trained actors, and they certainly aren't versed in improv. They're wisely given very, very little to say, but it seems like a huge liability to leave the drug addict alone to talk with John for several minutes. I want to give the group credit for keeping up their act no matter what was thrown at them, but that's only because nothing was thrown at them. Peterson is prepared for all of John's questions, of course, because she's actually a doctor. But thank goodness he had no specialized questions for anyone else during their meet and greet. He really didn't even have questions, and he doesn't talk to anyone besides Peterson long enough to have put anyone on the spot. No one lets on or slips up in any way that you could kind of go back to and say, "So that's why they seemed nervous," or "That's why they couldn't answer that," for example. He looks at a picture inquisitively, and Gabriella musters up, "Mi familia." He says, "Cecilia Peterson?" Which I don't even know what the question there is supposed to be, but Gabriella mumbles "She saved me." John will not ask her about who she is, what her job is, how Peterson saved her, or even really try to have a conversation. Those are the only two questions he asks to anyone not named Peterson, and he used a total of 2 words to ask them both. Regardless of how well rehearsed your lines are, even if you can play out some hypothetical responses ahead of time, there's still the human element, and I doubt they're prepared to answer anything but yes or no questions. Even with all this, the movie still pulls its punches. Valentina is a prostitute, which is bad in the movie's eyes, but she also gets assaulted. Mateo sells drugs, but he also didn't go seeking Gabriella out and even tells her to find a new drug dealer. Still funny. Gabriella is a drug addict, but she's also kind of childish, broken, and sad, and tries to hide her using. And while all that adds some interest to these specific scenes, they're ultimately not going to be tested for these reasons. It's just something for them to do while they're being captured. The game would be the exact same if they were all wealthy lawyers, because it's never going to come up or influence their actions. If your philosophy is that the traps are the point, and as long as we ratchet up the action and the gore, then why even bother trying to assemble a plot? Just rattle off like 33-minute traps that have no connection, where everyone loses body parts and gets blown up and then hard cut to the next trap. It would be lazy and repetitive, but you couldn't necessarily accuse it of padding time, being convoluted, or trying to be something it's not. What drew me into the series was the idea of people needing to overcome their greatest fears. The will they, won't they, the question of, could I do that? And that's just absent in X. No one tries to take matters into their own hands besides Peterson needlessly defiling her employee's corpse to grab a cell phone. No one evaluates their situation or what got them into it. No one conveys regret or owns up to what they did. The closest anyone seems to get is pulling the "it was Peterson, it was her idea" card, which is a paper-thin defense, and the movie doesn't clarify how much coercion was involved or how willing and knowledgeable these people were beforehand. Everyone tries some variation of "I didn't know what was going on" or "we were only trying to help," which, even as a Hail Mary, is so inherently disprovable that it's a waste of dialogue. They faked their way through a fake surgery in a fake hospital using fake names on a real cancer patient, took $250,000 from him, split it bank heist style, and tried to run away before he noticed. There's no way to plead ignorance or claim you've helped. It's not as if there was some unintended collateral damage, like someone accidentally died and John's avenging their death, or this was a botched surgery. At least they could try a "I didn't think anyone would get hurt" angle there. At the end of the day, when you strip away the theatrics, this is just cut and dry fraud. It's getting someone to hand over money through false pretense, and there's not even an element of threat, violence, kidnapping, or blackmail. Everyone's roles are so straightforward and effortless that I don't even see how Peterson could have misrepresented what she was doing when she recruited them. Yet with all these unsubstantiated pleas for mercy, everyone is acting like they were tricked into being getaway drivers for a robbery gone wrong. Peterson leads into a "we helped people, your case was different," but she's not going to explain how she helped people or how John's case was different, as if Peterson had been actually performing miracle surgeries before, but then for reasons beyond her control she had no choice but to rip this guy off. Sure, you got caught, and maybe it's better to throw out a bad lie than admit your guilt, but these aren't unreliable narrators here. Confessional moments like these that come during the game need to be given a fair shake from us in the audience, considering the entire purpose of a game is to confront your sins. Given the situation, it's entirely possible that anyone in the group might be genuinely choosing to come clean. So when they say things like, "we were trying to help," or "we didn't know what was going on," you at least have to entertain the validity of it. But you'll quickly realize that there's no way to twist what they did, not in the way they're trying to, and they're clearly not on their way to owning up or rationalizing it. So why are they even trying? They're better off just saying, "What do you mean? We did perform the surgery. You're cured." Bobby Dagan, probably the most poorly received main character and the most poorly received entry in the original series, was tested for being a con artist too. But you know what? He tried to save some people in his game. He made some sacrifices. He clearly loved his wife and was motivated to get to her. We saw him lying to a room full of people, but he wasn't lying all the time. You knew he was sincere when talking about Joyce because we saw them when the cameras were off. His support groups, while very much a publicity stunt founded on a lie, seemed to be beneficial to the people that attended them. Bobby wasn't claiming to offer anything but motivation and positive reinforcement, and while he was insincere in his intent, he delivered on what he said he'd do. Now, I'm not saying Bobby was a great character or underwent any sort of growth. It's one of the many terrible things about 3D. But there was always the notion that even he knew he was in too deep with the lie. You got the impression that while maybe he aspired for some degree of fame, it got away from him. He knew that he couldn't keep this up and was maybe tired of doing so, but also seemed to be kind of strung along by his staffers. His hustle was to make some money off promotional appearances and a book, but it's not like he was charging people to attend his meetings or was taking outright donations. He wasn't constantly making up new lies, he just stuck in this one, and maybe felt compelled by guilt, having interacted with real victims. Yes, It was dumb to pretend to be a jigsaw victim in the same city where there's still an active jigsaw killer. But you could see how it was kind of a hastily assembled plan with a low barrier to entry spitballed between two slightly drunk friends at a bar. Now compare this to Peterson, who scams people out of six figures routinely with needlessly convoluted stage surgeries because she's just insatiably greedy and has been proudly doing so for 8 years. She spends her free time sitting around her mansion counting money, planning her next con, and patting herself on the back for it. She has a boyfriend in title only that we never see her interact with or talk about except for when they're in on another needlessly convoluted scheme to embarrass a serial killer. She makes no effort to save her associates, shows no remorse for anything, doesn't make a single sacrifice, and has no home life. She fails her game in every respect, which is pathetic but forgivable if she just couldn't complete John's task, but the story being told by the end is that her failures all stemmed from her own stupidity and insistence on no selling the game she's in, seemingly knowing that John will kill everyone else off first and save her for last. Because, of course, it's not that John sets up games where people are given the freedom to make right or wrong decisions stemming from character growth or flaws. It's that he's omnipotent and, like the Riddler, is obsessive about being smarter and more clever than everyone else. It's not that he understands behaviors, nudges decisions, or controls the environment. He just has a metaphysical ability to predict the future, know everything, and be everywhere, and then works backwards in order to create the wackiest sequence of events he can to get there solely for his own amusement. To say he has contingencies at this point is disingenuous. He just gives the illusion that there are branching paths. He's Silent Hill Ascension. Even looking ahead, only one person in this game survives, but it's not treated as a victory for the character or a chance for us to ask if maybe John's methods are flawed, if maybe surviving is a worse outcome than death, because a few minutes later, Peterson curb stomps the girl so as to absolve John of any wrongdoing, the victim from any triumph, and the writers from any loose ends. This is punctuated with an emotional unloading from Amanda, who grew very attached to the girl whose nose she smashed in and maced for 10 seconds straight. Everyone in the group knows exactly what they did wrong, and there's nothing for them to come to terms with because we never learn how they feel about what they did. The guy they just conned is right in their faces, talking with them and killing them off. What exactly are we supposed to find interesting about them if all they can do is stand around scared? They don't really try to defend themselves, bargain, or take pity on themselves. It's just like, I can't do this, you can do this, I guess I'm doing this, and repeat. There's no self-reflection other than lukewarm sorries, usually followed up with, now please let me go. There's nothing for the group to overcome other than to not con people anymore. But again, we know so little about what the con means to them that it's a very weak lesson, and that's under the assumption that the movie intended for there to be a lesson. Since John doesn't bring up the prostitution or the drugs, in fact, he may not even know, it's a stretch to assume that those aspects of the characters would have changed had anyone lived. They would just think to sever ties with Peterson. But the movie does such a terrible job at clarifying scope that it's possible, perhaps implied, that these people are hired hands that have only engaged in this one con and weren't planning on seeing Peterson ever again anyway. But even big picture, the game is without a purpose, at least not one that guides the victims through it. The barn game was a series of poorly thought out conveniences that the writers retroactively tried to tie together with the confess nonsense. But for as vague as it was an instruction, and the game did adapt to the increasing body count. The players were free to talk, strategize, and explore. There was no reason to do any of that, but they could, and some of the traps even had potential consequences to the group as a whole. With better writing behind it, the movie could have convinced you that there was an end goal to the game that justifies the slapdash way it was thrown together and gives the audience a conclusion to look forward to. X has none of that, and is such a case of trying to capture something rather than just being something. Hey, someone cut off their leg. People are chained up in a dirty room. Someone is digging through intestines. Someone got electrocuted. and there's Billy scooting around. These elbow jabs aren't as obnoxious as Eleanor's museum, but that was arguably tongue in cheek. It didn't come across like it was trying to pass these things off as its own. Whereas X is perpetually wrestling with itself on when to have a fresh idea and when to pull at the nostalgia heartstrings, and it becomes difficult to separate the two. Because these moments are so on the nose, it almost feels like the movie is mocking itself or treating them as if they were silly before, but trust us, they're legitimate now because this is a serious movie. I know it's not actually poking fun, but John copying and pasting from Saw 1 seems a bit too self aware when it all happens over the course of one night here and then rarely ever again. Peterson said jig fucking saw, a universally mocked line and one that the writers had to have known did not catch on, but they called back to it anyways to give themselves a self high five. The warehouse wears its bathroom game aspirations pretty blatantly on its sleeve and loses sight of what made the bathroom intriguing in the first place, which includes but is not limited to interactions, discoveries, tension, sympathy, and what it really missed the boat on, a change of scenery. And not just literally, though that too is a casualty of the bigger problem in that we stay in this one murky location, staring at the same people, looking at the same things for more than half the movie without anything to break it up. Everyone is immobile because they're chained up, and John and Amanda spend most of their time overseeing from the control room. It's a huge facility that we've confined ourselves to a small section of, and doesn't at all encourage exploration. The bathroom, which had a lot less space to work with and under the same chained in place conditions, had so much to unravel, like the follow your heart, the key in the bathtub, the X marks the spot, and the hidden camera. Gordon and Adam were talking the whole time, coordinating and discovering new items and information and developing their relationship. It was a mystery that reminded us of clearly stated, tension filled stakes every time the phone rang or we got a shot of the clock. And still, there was a complete side plot with Tap, Sing, Zepp, and Gordon's family that took us to various locations, introduced flashbacks, and tied everything together. It was a great balance. I'm not advocating that X should have had a detective subplot, please no, but in my opinion, it didn't have enough juice to squeeze from its one meandering plot, and so to fill its runtime, it waters itself down. No characters are especially interested in where they're at. The only surprises the location holds are whatever traps John has in store, and are only uncovered when he decides. No one wants to talk to each other, characters can't move around to explore, nor do they even really try to. The game takes no turns, John doesn't introduce any clues or information that might lead to conflict or understanding amongst the group, and we as the audience aren't shown anything for us to keep in the back of our minds. Now imagine an hour straight of this. It's more frustrating than anything that it managed to create a game so devoid of structure and essential conflict that even playing by the movie's own world building isn't really validated. It can't tell you why these people needed to be in the same room. It can't tell you why John needed to watch over it in person, walk around, and talk face to face with the victims. It can't tell you why the victims were in the order they were, or what, if anything, would have changed if everyone had lived through the entirety of it. John, or Amanda evidently, captured these four people, assembled this room for them to all be in, and then designed the game so that there's nothing for them to discuss, solve, learn, or work towards. They have no action to take in between traps, or even during them, and John is deciding who will be tested, when, and then physically forces them into it one at a time. John pushes a button more or less, the game starts, and the victims get a few very hurried minutes to accomplish their task that offers next to no time to even think. You've never seen a Saw movie so unmotivated to do something interesting with the dynamic of their traps, with the only original decision being made is what body part to sever, in case you were feeling slighted that no one has cut into their own brain yet. It's not like if one of the people had survived, they could have helped with or influenced a later game. Actually, they don't even need to stick around at all, because the movie seems to suggest the plan is just as soon as a game is done, drop them off at the hospital. which sounds pretty inefficient considering they're in the middle of nowhere and they're definitely not calling in an ambulance, but thankfully it never comes to that. Lord knows what they had planned for Valentina if she won. In Saw 1, the bathroom, Dr. Gordon sawed through his leg at like high ankle. By the time he was done, he was pale white, could barely talk, was shaking and bleeding profusely. He was most likely, let's just say it, he was dead, if not for a Deus Ex pipe cauterizing 6 movies later. The point wasn't that John expected or even asked him to cut off his leg. It's that if he got desperate, if he couldn't complete his task the easy way and still wanted to get out of there, then here's a saw. Figure it out, buddy. The John of Saw 1 did not have a first aid kit at the ready should someone need it. If you're going to cut off your leg, you better be prepared to deal with the consequences. The warehouse game, I think, is supposed to be the very next game in the timeline, where Valentina is expected to cut off way more of her leg, way more quickly, be alert enough to sit there and suction out bone marrow, wait around for this ridiculously slow machine to activate, and that somehow John and Amanda are going to put a halt on things to treat her and or get her to a hospital. Give me a break. Funny how through 7 movies we had one instance of someone cutting a leg off, and yet between Jigsaw and X, we've had 2. And the games those happened in are more or less the games that bookend the bathroom, as if John went through some leg amputation phase of his career. There's only one person in this movie that wins their game and lives to tell about it. Diego with his scalpel stubs. And if memory serves, I think it's the only case in this entire reboot trilogy of somebody winning. Yes, Gabriella technically wins too, for what that's worth, but the writers quash that almost instantly. These should be moments to celebrate, since victories are so rare in this series, but it's almost an afterthought here. Homeboy is lying there, bleeding to death, and John just hands him a medical kit, says something to the effect of, "You're gonna be okay," and then walks away. We cut to the next scene and never reflect on it again. Remember when Amanda won her game and she got the "congratulations" speech and John recruited her? Or when Gordon won his game, don't get me started, and John patched him up and recruited him? Diego wins and the movie seems almost ashamed, like he won by dumb luck and it's an inconvenience to John. I know I'm making a bit of inference here, and I get that in these movies, assessing a character's thought process is at best a source of debate, and at worst a pointless endeavor. But in a movie hell-bent on dehumanizing everyone involved with the con, it's a strange decision to bother to let someone live, stranger to do it so unremarkably, and stranger still to do it for no reason. I still held out some hope. Yes, not a lot is happening or seems to be going anywhere, but this isn't my first rodeo either. I figured because Peterson hasn't had a test or really done anything at all, it can still pay off with the revelation that this is specifically her game, or she might have some sort of breakthrough, or that there was something she could have done differently. There were a lot of ways the game could still be fully realized and finished strong, assuming the writers had a plan. But they didn't. Through a disorienting mess of premeditations and cartoony behaviors, the game as a whole veers completely off course in favor of dumping a bunch of half-baked aha moments that raise more questions than answers. Of course there is going to be a twist, as much as I'd like to see otherwise, but in order to twist something, you have to have an expectation, and the only expectation the movie sets is that everyone should be killed off and that failure is the exciting outcome. Which is not only what we got, but a terrible precedent when those are people being tested, by definition, needing to prove something. That's what should be driving your movie, and that's what's interesting about every Saw movie. But in X, the test means nothing, the characters in it mean nothing, and while you can scrape some entertainment value from the blood and the screaming, it's empty calories. The writers knew that the game was going to have no survivors, and they knew ahead of time that John comes out on top, so they didn't bother to consider what should be happening had the game not taken the specific turns it did. They just did what they always do and tack on a, "oh, that was planned for damn near every decision made so as not to deal with any hypotheticals or tie up any loose ends. For example, Amanda makes a big point to tell John that Mateo's trap is going to be next, not Gabriella's like had been originally to their plan. I'm yet to understand just what the consequences of this audible is, what Amanda gained from slightly delaying the inevitable, or why John's meticulous scheme is able to be shuffled around without issue. And when it does come time for Gabriella's trap, the tape recorder is sitting in front of her face and she refuses to play it. Peterson tells her she has to play the tape. John tells her she has to play the game. She still refuses. What this leads to is nothing, of course. John starts her trap up anyway and just gives her the instructions himself. What the movie decides to do with Peterson is double down on every unlikable trait she has until she hardly resembles a real person. Despite her being captured and forced to watch her associates die off gruesomely, you have to remember that these are not victims, and their test only exists based on our preconception of how every other Saw game operates. So if you were like me and thought the movie was going to take her character in a sympathetic direction, considering it's the only direction for her to go, you've officially stopped caring after the curb stomp. From there, the movie has her admit that she's glad everyone else is dead. She starts threatening John, Amanda, and Carlos, attempts to murder them, and is obsessed with running off with a bag of money. This comes out of nowhere. While you can claim that maybe someone who is willing to con cancer patients out of hundreds of thousands of dollars is irredeemably destined for hell, that doesn't automatically make Peterson capable of or inclined towards kidnapping and murder. Certainly not this confidently. And for those of you who watched my last video, I made this exact same point about Halloran and Jigsaw, when the writers have him suddenly putting a gun to Logan's head solely to convince the audience that he might be the killer for all of an additional 60 seconds. Just because you're indirectly responsible for deaths or turning a blind eye to them, that doesn't put you on the fast track to blatant murder. And I don't even think the writers necessarily wanted Peterson as a character to be a murderer, but rather they just needed her to be one for this moment for the sake of shock value and to reaffirm that she's the real bad guy. Yes, John coming face to face with someone with no moral compass whatsoever is an intriguing confrontation on paper, but that's like a movie in itself, not something you introduce at the last minute because you decided something needs to happen here to escalate things. And it's not really the story. John is portrayed as such a good guy, is so many steps ahead, and doesn't treat Peterson that special that her sudden behavior shift doesn't so much challenge John, but slightly annoys him, since all he has to do is enact one of his million contingencies that lead to the same result. Peterson wasn't trying to kill John because that's the only way she'll get out of there alive. This wasn't self-defense or something she was pushed into doing. According to the movie, Peterson is a cackling, damsel-on-a-railroad villain who derives great joy from holding people up at gunpoint and monologuing her grand plan to anyone who will listen. But of course, she's not so evil that she'll just outright shoot someone, and not so smart that she'll just run away from the cycle that's planning on killing her. She's comically one-dimensional and is motivated only by money and power. Does she need it? Who knows? Why does she want it so badly? Who knows? Why doesn't she just rob people? Who knows? But this is the person that we've spent half the movie assuming would be the one to have the great decision or lesson, and the only takeaway we have by film's end is that Peterson is slightly more nefarious and slightly more idiotic than we've been led to believe. While it's easy to overlook when shrouded in the flurry of one-upmanship, the linchpin of Peterson's turn, and therefore what motivated the events of the movie itself, ends up just being a just because or a just for fun. A hand wave of reasoning that's eerily similar to Logan saying he just wanted to see if he could do it, when trying to rationalize to the audience why he painstakingly recreated a game that no one ever knew about. So the one thing that gave me a shred of optimism heading into X was that we know who the killer is, and by extension, we know who he's working with already. I thought, if nothing else, we're not going to waste most of the runtime spinning our wheels on a whodunit where everyone involved is just dismayed and inept for the sake of keeping the ball rolling. I was racking my brain trying to figure out how the writers were going to manage to re-reveal John as the killer, and while I'm glad they didn't, there was in fact no detective subplot and John was very upfront about who he was, the way they sort of get their jollies is by having a drawn out, John is in danger fake out as the climax of the movie. So while they didn't explicitly do the it was me all along turn, in almost that same vein would be to show that John was in control all along, like there was ever any doubt. And the reason they did it like this is unimaginably transparent. They wanted a villain monologue. It's their go-to, and the only way they'll trust that us simpletons can understand their intricately woven tale. But there's a problem. In this movie, John isn't the villain, and yet is the one who has forged this chain of events, and we've walked with him nearly every step of the way. He can't reveal that he was behind it all and lazily divulge the why and how. So Peterson, the woman who has spent the movie chained up and having nothing to do, is now staking her claim as villain, but in no way could she be responsible for what's transpired in the game. She can't say she planned to be captured, she can't say she planned to put John in a trap, and she can't say that she's the real killer, thank God. The only thing more frustrating than having a mastermind, all-knowing killer effortlessly Rube Goldberg a murder is to give him a foil who tries to outsmart him by doing the same thing and being treated as moronic for doing so. The game as a whole is only closer to ending because people are dying. Same problem as the barn game. There are no rules or goals or greater point. It's just one trap after another without any story weaving between them or any sense of there being raised stakes. Spiral was also just one trap after another, but the detective-centric nature of the plot told us that we're building up to an encounter, a bigger picture, or a case being solved. Zeke may have been the worst detective ever, but he was still a detective and had a reason to be invested. In X, Valentina was like 1 second away from winning and got beheaded and no one cares. Mateo was like 1 second away from winning and got grilled to death or something and no one cares. Gabriella gets stomped after barely winning and the only person left in the game to care was the one who stomped her. Would the dynamic of the group or game changed at all if they hadn't died? Would our investment in what's happening changed? Who knows? The movie does a rock-bottom job at even clarifying the relationship between everyone. I think in some ways we're supposed to believe that this group has a history, and in some ways this is kind of a temp team assembled just for this job. Maybe they're friends, maybe they're hired hands, maybe they've known each other for a year, maybe they just met yesterday. Maybe this is all clarified, but it's not substantiated because again, there's so little interaction between these people, good or bad. If the movie had John picking off the group one by one in an attempt to get to Peterson who's in hiding or something, you could see where maybe the lackeys aren't important and how John would have something to work towards. It would still be lame, but at least you can see where it's going. But we have little reason to think that Peterson is some special endgame other than John eventually saving her for last, even though there's no stated logic to the order he went in anyway. And it shouldn't be overstated that these are woefully uninspired traps. They feel like they were lifted from the first draft of Spiral and only just repurposed enough to suit this plot. They don't give the characters in them any room to do anything but scream and grimace. They're not necessarily more or less violent or take up more or less time. They're not even necessarily more or less important or more or less entertaining, but they do lack a degree of tension, just a kind of unnerving, sinking feeling. A lot of this boils down to them being very samey, both in how the game is designed and the way they're paced. A lot of this is because we don't care what happens to these people, and a lot of this is because the movie itself seems to care even less. 5 out of the 7 traps in X are little more than cut off this body part in 3 minutes or you're dead, because John has a strange fixation with that time limit in this film. It's very cheap and very repetitive, especially when they just keep coming down to the last nanosecond and winning or losing is dependent on what is the more gory result. Trap 1. Break all your fingers or get your eyes sucked out through a tube where you probably die. This was the dream sequence, by the way, so John isn't that clever here even in his wildest fantasies. Of course, the victim breaks as many fingers as possible before getting his eyes vacuumed, which looks absolutely silly in execution. Trap 2. pry some pipe bombs out of your forearms or you get blown up. And here the victim survives because they probably didn't want to deal with the visual effects of seeing someone explode on screen. Trap 3. Cut off an entire leg and suck up as much marrow as possible or you get decapitated. The victim, of course, has both happen because her little suction device can only go so fast, not because she herself failed. Trap 4. Cut out a piece of your brain and wait for a machine to slowly analyze the sample or your face gets burned to death. The victim, of course, has both happen, and yet again we get a, oh, you did exactly what you were supposed to do, but the machine just wasn't finished in time. For what it's worth, and in my opinion, it's the worst trap in the movie. Trap 5. Smash an arm and leg to mush that are being suspended in the air like a piñata, or you succumb to radiation. The victim survives this one probably because there's nothing visually interesting about dying from radiation. But fret not, gorehounds, because she just gets murdered anyway. John doesn't just want people to maim themselves, and he doesn't just want to make a game out of it. It starts to get grating as a viewer when multiple times we get traps in which the victim manages to complete their task, but wait, there's more. It's not enough that Valentina sliced off her entire leg. It's not enough that Mateo pulled out a chunk of his brain. And even in Diego's case, it almost wasn't enough he violently pried bombs out of his arms. That's just not enough of a sacrifice for John at this stage. Valentina needs to also suction up marrow afterwards through a stupidly slow vacuum. Mateo also needs to wait for the tissue to dissolve away in a stupidly slow analyzer. Diego needed the time and awareness to kick the bombs clear across the room. I get these games aren't fair by any metric anyway, but what's the point of a 3-minute time limit if, in all actuality, you're at the mercy of whatever pace John's machines can go at? Now, this isn't to say that I was just altogether checked out from bell to bell with every trap. In general, I don't think it's ever not going to be cool to have John giving rules face to face or watching over the traps personally. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense for him to do so other than to get some screen time, but sure, we'll allow some creative license. The eye vacuum was unsettling in the sense that it didn't insta-kill the victim, which was different. It's just a shame it was so rushed and, didn't really happen. I also laughed out loud when Peterson explains Mateo's trap to him, and he blurts back, "I don't care what the fucking thing is called, Cecilia." It's just the right amount of levity. The last two traps in this film, the seesaw and the gas hole, don't follow this formula. But not necessarily because the writers suddenly came to their senses and wanted to shake things up. They love their formula. But in their eyes, the game is over. They've churned out their death quota, amused themselves, and have killed enough time that we can boil over into the twist. And in the twist, anything goes. You can pick and choose what's real and what's not. Characters can just take whatever wild actions get them to the finish line, and the rules don't matter anymore. After all, the audience would never expect irrational decisions and for the rules not to matter anymore, and that's what Saw movies do, right? They catch the audience off guard. So yeah, there's still traps to come, there's still a game in concept, but these are facades the movie has to keep up. They're not going to function as traps and games as we know them and would like them to be. Now, the laser collar is still the gold standard for unrestrained, ill-suited goofiness, and Marcus's marionette of brutality is the gold standard for deliriously botched cause and effect. But X's final transpirations might be the gold standard of whiplash-inducing mediocrity. It's going to be tempting to equate mediocrity with authenticity and try to rationalize that by nature of this movie being set relatively early in John's career where, in concept, he's lacking in resources, that it somehow justifies these games being underbaked. Do not fall for this. First reason is that the writers have proven already that they do not think like that. This is their second time in 3 movies pulling the, "Oh, John had a secret game that conveniently no one ever knew about" card. In neither instance do they show any restraint. These aren't undiscovered one-off games. These are multi-person, very involved, technologically advanced, day-long games that if we're to believe John could keep hidden, then none of his games should have been discovered ever. You know how many unknown games there were between 1 and 6? One, and it was John's very first game, which works because Saw 1 started partway into the Jigsaw story, so there was some room to expand outward. But then you have 3D making up games because they thought it smart to have a survivors meeting angle in a series with effectively no survivors. Then Jigsaw made up a full blown intricate game because they really wanted a time twist. And then X had to shoehorn in another game because it's the only way they can bring Tobin back again. And in both Jigsaw and X, John is strangely eager to show his face and give away his identity. He did this in 2 and 3 as well, but in those cases, it was important to the test itself and sells that John is on his deathbed with nothing to lose, but is a head scratcher when he's supposed to still be active and presumably not fine with being outed or caught at this point. And let's not ignore that Amanda and Hoffman also gleefully show their faces in this too, which makes even less sense. It's almost like they all knew that no one would live to rat them out. Second reason is, even pretending that we're being authentic to the time period it's being set in, they still missed the mark. No, there wasn't a sore thumb on the level of the spiralizer, and maybe individually you could see where one could loosely fall into this time frame. But when you have 7 loosely fitting components, you cease to have a functioning machine at that point. That's the problem you have when you're using the sequels as reference for John's capabilities and assume therefore that was always his approach. This is how people who hate Saw believe every Saw trap goes. And don't get me wrong, traps like that do exist in the series. But if you actually break it down, there are surprisingly few traps like that. Gordon only resorted to cutting off his leg. He wasn't told to. He wasn't given only a few minutes, and it was certainly not John's go-to method of testing. Amanda had 60 seconds to complete the reverse bear trap, but she didn't have to harm herself at all. Really, out of the original 3, the most stereotypical trap was probably the Venus flytrap in 2, but even that had a home-brewed sort of assembly to it that didn't rely on sensors or complex mechanisms. It was a key, a lock, and a mask filled with nails that ran off a stopwatch. What I'm saying is that John might have tasked people with severing limbs or cutting into themselves. He might have had very short timers or used big digital displays. But this is over the course of many months and many movies and many iterations, and his main tests at the time were the bathroom and Eric Matthews game, neither of which resemble the warehouse game in the least. It's not very engaging when these traps are less, you have 3 minutes to accomplish this horrific thing, and more, this task is going to take 3 minutes, so if you're not perfect right out of the gate, you're not going to make it. Can you imagine the writers giving someone a test like Eric's, where the only task is to sit and talk? They would have lost interest and made Eric chop off a finger 10 minutes into it. And maybe this is my fault. When I learned that the movie was taking place between 1 and 2, and that John was off in this unfamiliar part of Mexico, I assumed the movie was going to, I don't know, utilize that somehow. From my understanding, John shouldn't have a ton of resources at his disposal or time to really plan this out. I was genuinely excited to see how John was going to MacGyver this and have to work with the limited resources he had to put these traps together on the fly. But not only did he appear to have unlimited resources, but unlimited time, since the movie makes no effort to establish how much has passed between the con and the game, giving off the impression that this maybe occurred over 1 or 2 days. I'm not saying this to nitpick or to gloss over that John has always had an accelerated turnaround time on these things, but this isn't just about the traps. Despite more than half the movie taking place over one night, the time it is given free rein with is littered with moments of just generally odd pacing, inexplicable cuts, and confusing implications of time passing that, even if they were feasible, are so taken for granted that you can't help but feel something's off. This isn't them taking some liberties and foregoing everyday drudgeries for the sake of flow. It's them saying, ooh, this thing happened, and ooh, this thing happened, and that's as hard as we're going to think about that. And we as the audience are left to fill in the blanks or add blanks where there should be. Thankfully, it's not as reckless as Jigsaw and Spiral, where events from years prior are treated as if they occurred last week. But I've watched through this multiple times to try and work this out. And while you can see how the writers were cautious not to put too many hard dates on events this time, they probably could have done with a superimposed X weeks or months later here or there. Scenes seem to flow so seamlessly that they accidentally suggest an immediacy that really can't exist for them to make sense. For example, when John is with the radiation tech, first scene of the movie, she says the doctor will have his results tomorrow. It then cuts to a support group meeting, then it cuts to John getting his results. So far, so good. Then we cut from John leaving the doctor's office in the day, right to him at a cafe, also in the day, just in different clothes. What makes this sequence tough to come to terms with is that it's paced and looks as if this were the same day. But in the cafe, when John and Henry bump into each other, they're not talking as if they just saw each other yesterday. They're not even talking as if they've seen each other recently. Henry throws out a 4 months later, complete remission, which might be indicating the meeting was 4 months ago, but it could also be since his diagnosis, or both. And this can be true, but there's nothing telling us time has passed, which is kind of important considering how limited John's time is. After all, he was only given months to live, not to mention the aforementioned rabbit hole of questions regarding how the scam works. John has the same haircut, same length of beard, looks just as sick. The season doesn't seem to change throughout the movie. So when he and Henry catch up, it looks like Henry got cured in a day or is just really bad at remembering faces. Point is, it's something we have to think about that we shouldn't have to. In a way, it reminds me of the Marcus in the factory scene I talked about in the previous video, where it would seem he spent, legit, a full day walking through a building by himself due to the way they wanted his capture to synchronize with Zeke's. Then we get to the time span between the con and the game, which, again, the movie pushes into so suddenly, as if it were a consequence of the previous scene, that you could believe this was over the course of one night. Not even the next night, the same night. And that may seem silly, even by Saw standards, to where you can safely assume that's not the case. But by doing that, you have to then decide when it did happen. A decision that has many implications on John's urgency and abilities. If one night isn't believable for John to devise, build, recruit, capture, and complete his game, then how long is? 2 days? A week? 2 weeks? The more time we allot John, the less we have for Peterson's end of the con, and suddenly her urgency is put into question. John needs to act quickly before Peterson can make off and because he's out for blood. And Peterson needs to act quickly before, well, actually, I'm not sure why she needs to, but the movie shows us she does. After all, when her and her team are captured, she's physically removing John's picture from her big board of evil deeds and throwing it away. So when and why did Peterson get around to finally removing the picture? You can't just say it coincidentally happened when John showed up. It's not just a visual shorthand, because this bag of money that Peterson is throwing together is the reason for every decision she makes. It's John's proverbial carrot on a stick. It's the literal payoff to the movie when John hands it over to Carlos. It's the physical trigger for Parker's death and Peterson's fate. Without it, or the perceived existence of it, there's no final act to John's plan, and let's be honest, that's the only part that really matters. So in short, he needs to get this bag of money, which means he needs to wait for Peterson to get it, which means he needed to have known somehow when she would. So it's awesome for him that it took her just as long to get around to this as it did for him to build all these traps and scheme this out. It's an interdependent tug of war between John's thirst for revenge, the time he needs to slap all this together, the time he has to, and Peterson's eagerness to clean house and move on to the next con. Whether intentionally or not, we need to believe that this all happened over the course of maybe a month. John has less than 3 months to live according to his phone call with Peterson. At least a week passed after that before he arrived in Mexico, and he's evidently dead in 2 months according to Peterson at the end of the game. So based on that, Despite Peterson and her team rushing to tear down the set less than a day after the con, she waited a month before deciding to give the payouts and to consider John's scam completed. John gave everyone in the group a month to potentially flee, and just because it's kind of funny, keep in mind that the events of Saw 2, 3, and 4 are yet to happen, events John was alive for. How long after removing his bandage did John interrogate Diego? Because when John takes off the bandage in the day, it hard cuts to him capturing Diego at night. And in a revenge movie, your mind naturally wants to assume immediacy. But besides a completely over your head line during his test about giving John information, we don't have any frame of reference for how far in time we just jumped, if we jumped at all. There wasn't a scene to clue us into what the heck Diego is talking about, so already we're like, when did this happen? And it isn't until the final few minutes of the movie that an 8-second clip of this missing scene is jammed into a Hello Zep montage. The fact that John has never, to my knowledge, interrogated a victim prior to a test just continues to tack on question marks to where this movie's head is at. John gets conned, some but maybe no time passes and he interrogates Diego. Some but maybe no time passes and he tests Diego. Some but maybe no time passes and all the capturing and testing for the warehouse game happens. And this is after the some but maybe no time passing after the support group. In the scalpel trap, John has managed to surgically wire in 2 digital LED pipe bombs to a dude's forearms, but no need for Dr. Gordon here, even though 3D told us this is the kind of crap John needed him for. He used these fancy wrist-fitted explosives here, then decided to go budget conscious with nail bombs in a jar for a few movies, until going back to the LED explosives in 6 for Williams' test. And in his quest to leave everything to chance and to have as little involvement in his games as possible, he picks up where the barn game left off in this hacked together, sorta semi-automated sequence of events just to even get the damn game started. Diego cuts through the rope, the wire trips, and the game starts, right? Well, no. Something trips, but nothing happens. For 24 seconds, Diego just stands around yelling at John with no urgency. Only after walking forward a few steps does the tape player drop in from the ceiling, for which he then has to manually and clumsily push play on. For another 38 seconds, the tape drones on. Only when the tape is done do the bombs on his wrist turn on and start counting down. I don't know if John just gave Diego 60 seconds after cutting the rope. I don't know if there was a sensor that caused the tape to drop. I don't know if the tape player was remotely connected to the bomb somehow. None of this makes sense, mostly because John is standing there the whole time, mere feet away. If he's not bothering to hide his identity, then why is he wasting his time engineering this time delay, cleverly synchronized proximity sensor crap? Why can't the tape just be sitting there instead of magically falling from the sky after 24 seconds? Just tell him the rules yourself, John. Mateo's trap is just boggling in its construction, where John has managed to repurpose a brain matter analyzer, which I don't even know if that's a real machine, that is able to dissolve and detect a chunk of brain tissue to send a signal to another machine that holds the subject in place and administers electric shocks randomly on top of being timed, and as its big abracadabra failure, closes red-hot coils dramatically around the victim's head like a toaster, and for no thematic or established reason, is all contained inside of a giant golden Aztec-inspired mask, an artistic touch that isn't found anywhere else in the film. Just why? It takes more time to explain everything the trap does than it does to watch the scene. This is also the first of 2 appearances of good old Billy the Puppet, which I guess means that Amanda smuggled him and his tricycle on a plane and over the border just so he can be a glorified TV tray for a small cameo appearance. The trap is so awkward and nightmarishly overassembled that the writers themselves realized it would be too stupid for Mateo to have been sitting in it the whole time, even though everyone else is attached to the game they're going to be in. And since they couldn't figure out some contrived way to put Mateo in it automatically, their solution is just to have Amanda walk up to him, incapacitate him, drag him into a dark back room where he'll be, ta-da, revealed like a Price is Right showcase, even though the only people there are Peterson and Gabriella, so who are these theatrics for? And his chair will then wheel itself up and then sit there while it waits for a puppet to wheel itself up with advanced pathfinding logic to give him the tape and supplies he needs. Just why? And just for fun, if you're keeping count, this is the fourth instance of someone getting electrocuted in this movie, and for some reason, most of them are Mateo. First, he gets cattle prodded when he's captured. Peterson gets electrocuted through her chain after the phone call. Mateo gets a taser to the face to get put in his trap, and lastly is electrocuted intermittently during his trap. Are these guys out of ideas or what? Billy's final appearance is at the beginning of Gabriella's trap, where he since gained the ability to teleport. We last saw him only 2 minutes prior in Mateo's trap. In that time, there was only one scene where John and Amanda are off having a side conversation, clearly not setting anything up. Then suddenly we're closed in on Gabriella with Billy only a foot or two away from her. There's no tray attached to him anymore, and there's a brand new Play Me tape around his neck. How long was she just sitting there staring at the doll? I'll play along and say it was a bad edit, but the idea that John or Amanda went down there, decided that Billy needs to be used again, rigged him up for the next game, wheeled him across the room, and then walked back upstairs, missing scene or not, is so needless that it doesn't even register by this point. And thank goodness, because the trap only gets dumber from here. So Gabriella is suspended in the air by 2 chains, one from her left arm to the ceiling and one from her right leg to the floor. Peterson, helpful as always, says to free her leg first because she'll just swing out of the way, which, from what we see, is such bad advice that it's no surprise that Peterson wanted her dead. But regardless, the way the trap is constructed, I don't see why you wouldn't go for the arm first. And I realize I'm getting into why did Dr. Gordon cut off so much of his leg levels of hindsight. Bad decisions under duress is Saw in a nutshell. But the only other chain holding her in place is from her leg to the floor, meaning that if she frees her arm, she's dropping straight to the ground. Which might suck, but that's going to happen anyway for her to win. While it was very ingenious of John to have the radiation machine on a dolly if she swings away, that thing could not possibly get to her if she's on the ground and able to walk around, unless it's also a drone. And it's not like this would have exploited the game somehow. It's not like this is a clever solution. It's one of 2 options, and nothing tells us how her game would continue after that. Based on John's look of disappointment, maybe that's all she had to do to win. Like, maybe if the game was that she had to pick only one, then sure, go for the leg, whatever. But the game requires her to smash both to win. Oh, and if she were to understandably lose grip of the hammer, after all, she's very sweaty, tired, awkwardly suspended in the air, slightly drugged out, still reeling from the macing, putting up with the pain of breaking her own limbs, is being exposed to ungodly levels of radiation, and doing this with only one hand, I guess she immediately loses her game and is just left there until she's dead. Game over. This isn't even, if you anticipate the human mind, garbage. She was going to free her arm first, and the only reason we didn't see this scenario play out was because Peterson interjected with logic so dumb it must have been malicious. But then Gabriella thinks about it for a second and listens to her, even though 1 second is exactly how long it takes to realize that being on the ground is better than hanging there by your arm being cooked alive. The remaining 2 traps, and it's generous to call the seesaw a trap, are total casualties of the writer's trash heap of more is more storytelling, being buried alive beneath a disorienting pace and an endless leapfrog between John and Peterson. You can see how these 2 traps were devised entirely for what they'll do for, you guessed it, the twist. You get 5 traps up to this point that fit the same mold. Quickly and gruesomely maim yourself or die. And then, inexplicably, we're led to believe that Peterson, the one that John had chosen to save for last, his endgame apparently, and why everyone is there, was going to get what's coming to her by being put in a game of seesaw, where she's trading waterboardings with someone else. No timer, no mutilation, no pain, no rules. Why no rules? Because, surprise, Peterson and Parker hold up all the protagonists and force John and Carlos into the game instead. And to take the seesaw and both try to sell it as a legitimate trap with fatal consequences and as a misdirect that punctuates John's overarching vision just isn't very satisfying. I don't think it's a great concept in the first place, even if Peterson herself had been in it somehow, but to take that and say that, well, it's kind of real because you could drown, but it's not real because it's super exploitable, and it's real because Peterson could have been in it if she played by the rules, but it's not real because John never accounted for her to have done so, it's all a bit hackneyed. It's by far the most important trap in the movie that we'd been anticipating when it became obvious that Peterson is the only victim that isn't here just to hit a body count. So naturally, it was important that Peterson turn the tables and never actually go into the trap so that we can drag out this unconvincing showdown for what feels like 30 minutes. It's like, I get it, Peterson has the upper hand, and it's also like, but no one in the audience actually believes she does. Peterson asks John multiple times if he wants to tell Carlos the rules, and he just refuses. This is only a little justified because he doesn't need to know them because John doesn't want him playing, but also, from a screenwriting perspective, it dodges a bullet. Explaining the trap at all out loud only opens it up to scrutiny because it wasn't thought through as a game, but as a device. If John explains the seesaw to the extent that we eventually understand it, Peterson or Parker, dim as they may be, would certainly work it out in their heads that it makes no sense as a game for Peterson, and that as a game in and of itself isn't terribly difficult to endure. And if they have any doubts about the trap before they're in the control room, John's plan is ruined. And despite John not explaining this trap, I don't even think he gestured to it, Peterson, twirling her mustache, decides this trap is the perfect method to sentence John to death with now that she's in control. Keep in mind, she hasn't acknowledged this trap until now, despite having been attached to it the whole movie, and doesn't know how it functions. She has a gun pointed at everyone and has Parker, who could overpower everyone at once. Yet she opts to put the guy who built the trap into it, fully confident that not only will the trap just work, but that he doesn't have a failsafe or a spare key, and no one even checks that he actually locked himself in. Presumably, she's trying to kill him, because leaving him alive would be stupid at this stage. The only thing the movie has to justify this stupidity is just the intangible notion of getting one over on John and getting her kicks, which is just the laziest motivation for anyone to do anything at any time. Never mind your main antagonist in the climax of your film, who happily killed someone else just minutes before for lesser reasons. So with my point about John's lack of explanation in mind, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Peterson knowing that it's just a back and forth bloodboarding could make for a competitive game if one person is out to kill the other. But the person in harm's way at a given moment isn't being burned alive or, worse, having boiling hot wax poured on them. It sucks being drowned and blood is gross, but assuming you can hold your breath and close your eyes, it's not going to be a painful experience, all things considered. So, assuming that there is a finite end, which would presumably be part of the rules as well, it doesn't take much strategical know-how to see that the obvious solution is trade sides when someone needs a breather. This isn't one of those crappy, here's how to cheat your way out of every saw trap theory videos. This is just how anyone would play it fairly and logically. There's some element of sacrifice by choosing when you receive the blood, but it's a very tolerable, very brief sacrifice as long as the other person doesn't leave you in it for a minute straight, which, again, they have no reason to. This is how the movie finally decides to have any sort of tension in their ending. Because a movie about games of life or death isn't enough to carry itself, I guess, to subvert and put John himself into a trap. And I actually think that's a great concept, but not here and not now and not in this way. John fell victim to his own game when both Amanda and Jeff failed their respective tests in 3, and Hoffman had a spectacular brush with death at the tail end of 6. Both awesome moments. But what's the big difference between 3 or 6 and 10? We know John isn't in any danger. We know he's going to live to the next movie. And even if we didn't, the fact that the movie put him up against a child all but tells us that this isn't as serious of a predicament as it would like us to believe. This is why the trap is so tame compared to the others, because the writers knew John and Carlos would end up in it, but they can't have either cutting off limbs or causing any permanent damage, obviously. So we get an excruciatingly long drowning scene where John is just being bludgeoned with, well, blood in order to keep Carlos from dying. But it's just not very suspenseful, especially since John was in this an unbelievable amount of time. First, he's in it for a minute straight. Then, after Carlos gives him a 25-second break, he's in it for another minute and 30 seconds. And that's movie magic time, so in universe, it was probably longer. And from our perspective, it feels longer. If an old, dying cancer patient can pretty much take this trap on by himself with minimal help from a kid, then how would this trap, even conceptually, have been a problem for Peterson or Parker? And this also goes to show that even if the trap somehow devolved into a tug of war, it's always going to be won by whoever is stronger. Now, the one thing I've kind of glossed over is the ludicrous sequence of chess moves that this trap exists as a part of. And I'll be honest, I've mostly glossed over it because I didn't and still don't fully understand just what the hell was happening. So let's jump backwards and try to walk through this, in what's surely an exercise in futility. After Valentina gets decapitated, Peterson instinctively uses the intestines of her corpse to rope a cart with a cell phone on it. At the risk of getting off topic immediately, this itself needs its own breakdown. The very first thing that happens in this game is that Amanda walks into the room, is explicitly shown to be leaving a cell phone in full view of everyone, and does everything but announce it. She places the phone on the cart and wheels it in the middle of the group out of reach. This is obviously a ploy by Amanda for which she and John have a long-term plan. So we trust that this move makes sense, or at least will make sense for Amanda. Where the problem lies is that the group, who saw it blatantly planted in front of them, begin acting as if this isn't suspicious and that they've lucked out. This isn't like Peterson found a phone in her coat pocket and thought it got overlooked. The phone straight up rings at full volume in a large, noiseless warehouse, manages to not draw the attention of John or Amanda, and the group doesn't think twice as they continue to secretly but audibly strategize. In what is probably the film's 50th callback, even by this point, both Mateo and Gabriella suggest that Peterson use their clothes to lasso the cart. Peterson instantly shoots the idea down, arguing they need a rope. Keep in mind, they're not rock climbing here. They're trying to move something that's on wheels. And from there, the rope Peterson had in mind are the slimy entrails of Valentina that she gleefully tears into. Callback number 51. It's beyond comprehension. Yes, her quick thinking ends up working, but never does the movie clarify why clothes weren't even worth trying or why Peterson suddenly became an absolute psychopath, especially since it keeps being stressed that the group is trying to keep a low profile about the phone, and yet here she is throwing guts around like tinsel. Seriously, what is this? Even if the group isn't in tune with Jigsaw's usual gimmicks, it doesn't require any thought to realize their killers aren't just going to leave a phone behind unattended without some sort of catch. And even still, they never talk about what they're going to do with the phone, and no one seems to have a problem with Peterson claiming to call her dad and not the police or somebody who could actually help. Turns out, she's actually calling Parker. As it would happen, our protagonists wanted Peterson to call Parker because he was the one person they couldn't track, all revealed much, much later. So Peterson gets the phone, speaks about 5 words of what I assume is Norwegian for the first and only time, and as we learn, That was apparently enough to convey the entirety of the situation and coordinate something. I'll be honest, I don't know what she's saying, and none of the scripts or subtitles I've found say anything besides speaking Norwegian. Closest I can get is the Norwegian phrase hennemeg, maybe, which loosely translates to get me, and I think I can make out the word kidnap. So all I'm gonna guess she's saying is, come get me, I've been kidnapped. And that's all she really has time to say. And for callback number 52, because why not, Peterson gets electrocuted through her chain mid-call, again for the first and only time. So in what can barely be constituted as a subplot, Parker shows up 2 movie minutes later, now pretending to be a disgruntled customer and interrupts the game, demanding his money back. It's nice that Parker opted to loudly proclaim his intentions and bang against the shutter door first so that he can alert everyone, including the audience, to why he's there, and then saunter around to the back door where he can creep through a dark, narrow hallway. Like, Parker's real plan was to go in with a gun and presumably start firing at anyone who might be holding Peterson hostage. Just full cowboy, which is evident by him shooting a mannequin dead with no hesitation. But he also sabotages any potential stealth advantage by causing a scene, informing everyone of his presence, and choosing to keep his act up. Ignoring that Parker's only pretending to be a customer, if his goal is to get in and shoot John and Amanda, then he shouldn't be announcing he's there. If he's so confident that they'll see him coming that he feels he needs the facade, then how does he expect them to respond? They're not just going to open the front door and be like, oh, hey, Parker, remember me from a few weeks ago? Oh yeah, Peterson's right back here, go ahead and shoot her. Or like they're just going to watch Parker walk through the warehouse until he reaches them and be like, sure, you can still hold on to the gun. This is the kind of crap we've been dealing with for 3 movies now. Movies are built around characters who are playing 2 roles, and just never does the writing team ask themselves if an action and the motivation behind it contradict each other, because they seem to believe as long as they can claim it was all an act, characters can and will make decisions that are counterproductive to the reason they're acting in the first place. Patient Parker doesn't know that John is there and that Cecilia is tied up. Boyfriend Parker does. Patient Parker is there to confront Peterson or kill her or get his money back. Boyfriend Parker is there to confront John or kill him or save Peterson. Short of needing a gun, maybe, these are not the same characters with the same motivations, but the movie thinks the plan it presented us with satisfies both conditions without issue. In what rivals the intestinal rope in What the Hellery, Parker enters the building with a gun, and a pig mask figure startles him. He unloads a couple of rounds into it when he discovers it was a mannequin, with Valentina's decapitated head propped on top like a snowman. This goes unexplained, and maybe that's to all of our benefits. Okay, so John knew Peterson was calling Parker and he'd show up with a gun. Sure. But poor Valentina could have lived. She certainly got close. So are we supposed to believe this mannequin business was improvised? Would it have happened if Valentina lived? What earthly reason justifies using her severed head? To what end? This also brings us kicking and screaming back into the issue of sequencing. As I said, Parker arrives a mere 2 movie minutes after Peterson makes the call. Now, I'm not claiming he actually arrived in that time. There are establishing shots of a clock, so I'm fine saying enough time has passed. Problem becomes that no matter how quickly or slowly Parker gets there, nothing is happening in the meantime. People are sitting around bored. Amanda is practically falling asleep watching the cameras. This isn't a matter of jumping ahead or bad editing. The game itself is at a standstill waiting for Parker to show up. But the movie can't be forward about that because it needs us to believe he showed up coincidentally. So it comes across as if John and Amanda just decided to put the game on hold for what could have been anywhere between 2 minutes and the whole night, depending. This isn't obvious the first time through, as the movie cuts out the downtime right into Parker showing up. And as far as the story up to now goes, Parker, the irate customer, indeed could have shown up at any time. But when you look at this through the lens of the game being dependent on Parker's arrival, which in itself is dependent on him being called, you start to see how superficial the idea of a game being played is. The only thing we can say happened during this downtime is that Amanda ran into the hallway to affix a newly severed head to a mannequin, place a pig mask over it, dress it in a robe, and wait for it to get shot. Not sure how long that takes. As far as we know, John doesn't have a beat on Parker at all other than he's Peterson's boyfriend. That's why he had to do the whole business with the phone. Parker might very well not be in the country. He could have been sleeping. He might not have a car. But somehow, John is confident that he must be close enough that the game can move forward with minimal downtime. The game doesn't just hinge on him arriving, it hinges on him answering a call in a 10-second window and having nothing going on that could prevent him from getting there that night. If he doesn't answer, or again, if Peterson called anyone else, John and Amanda aren't leaving the phone with her to keep trying, so how else were they going to lure Parker? The movie tries to cover its bases a little bit later on by revealing that the caller ID on the phone read Parker Sears, which I guess is supposed to explain how John and Amanda were so certain that's who Peterson called. They even flash back to this later with an added gotcha by Amanda, which wasn't in the original scene. Possible alternate reaction if Peterson had called exactly anyone else would be, well, shit. And let's step back and remember that this is all a last-ditch effort to rope in Parker. It's nice and cute to look at this as a masterful scheme, but presumably, if he'd been able to track Parker right away with the rest of the group, we would have gotten an entirely different game that had nothing to do with night-long deceptions and you were the pawns all along garbage. This was John's last resort. It makes you question then how John was so clever to know he can lure Parker in with a phone call now, but couldn't find a way to utilize this in the month or so leading up to the game. Are you telling me that with all this tracking that John couldn't have stolen Peterson's phone, accessed her phone records, or just followed her around, unless we're supposed to believe that her and Parker haven't seen each other since the con? John wasn't tricking Parker because it makes the game that much more satisfying, because it's the perfect encapsulation of their 8-year con in a way only the Jigsaw Killer could tap into. He was tricking Parker because he straight up couldn't find him, and everything else just worked out nicely. If John found Parker, him and Peterson can't scheme, therefore John and Amanda can't scheme the schemers. When he does finally show up with this little tirade, John and Amanda know he's full of crap and in on it, but they entertain him by tying him up and forcing him to watch the game while John just spouts jigsaw-ish sound bites at him, generally filling time. However, we as the audience don't know that either side is putting on a front. We're led to believe this is a legitimate patient who is kind of being indoctrinated to Jigsaw's methods, which I will say I enjoyed as a concept, but only as a concept, because even if John expected Parker to show up, did he also expect him to show up not only still pretending to be a client, but an angry one? After all, most of Parker's game is spent with him sitting patiently as John is relatively cordial with him. Since he wasn't blowing his cover and trying to kill John or Amanda, he must have expected to be able to pick his moment later. And since John's master plan depends on letting Parker and Peterson believe they've got the jump on him, he must have expected Parker to keep up his charade. What happens if Parker arrives and doesn't have a gun and isn't pretending to be hell-bent on revenge? What if he brought backup? Why does Parker think that showing up in the middle of the night at the warehouse is convincing as an act? Why would Peterson or anyone be there then? If he's supposed to be that upset, why would Peterson come to the door at all, even if she was there? Did Peterson also manage to relay in her call that the facility is completely locked down and has cameras? Otherwise, why wouldn't Parker not just go in instead of making a scene? Were the rest of the group also in on this somehow? Because none of them seem to find it strange that Parker is yelling for Peterson in character still, and they all must know that because Parker wasn't chained up with them, then obviously that means John must have not known he was involved. It's a good thing no one impulsively went, "Parker, help us," when they heard his voice, or asked Peterson where he is, or even just said his name. Heck, before the phone call, there was nothing stopping Peterson from asking John where her boyfriend is. It's also good that Diego didn't feel like calling anyone from the group after his test to warn them. Because the thing is, Parker's involvement isn't a secret to anyone in the movie. All the power that anyone pretends to have by knowing is simply because of the convenience that everyone has silently resigned to not bring his name up, because the plot can't have them doing so. At some point, for some reason, John frees Parker and gives him a test, which is to absolutely, positively not go for the gun he's placed in the room. Eventually, after Gabriella gets stomped by Peterson, Parker gets the gun, he and Peterson get a leg up on John, and they do the "You fools, we were in on it the whole time, you were wonderful, darling, now kiss me" shtick. So, what was Parker's plan if John wasn't generous enough to both let him go and leave the gun behind? What was he waiting for otherwise? What was John's plan if Parker followed the rules? What if Peterson had been put in a trap before Gabriella? How was he going to save her? Or was he genuinely captured a minute after arriving and he's been sitting there helpless with no idea what to do? What part of all this was to his and Peterson's plan? Parker will go on to gloat at the end that he can't believe they fell for the whole damn thing, hook, line, and sinker. Fell for what? What's the whole thing? John untied you and left you the gun, which you couldn't have possibly accounted for. Peterson certainly didn't plan to be captured, so what was this plan that went off so perfectly for them? Escape? Kill John? Get the money? They didn't accomplish any of those. After Peterson was initially freed, she says to Parker that, "I thought you forgot about me." He showed up minutes after she called. When and how and why would he have forgotten about her? And later she says, "Once I heard your voice over that speaker, I knew I'd be fine." So what? They coordinated this great ploy with a 5-second phone call, and yet Peterson didn't think he'd show up or that it wasn't going to work? What did she think Parker was doing this whole time between getting captured and getting the gun? I don't get it. Parker never could have won what little of a game he had, because his quote-unquote failure is the only way Peterson's game can even get started, never mind become winnable. And by Peterson's game, I also mean their game, because Parker's name is on the final tape that John has ready for them. So there seems to be no scenario that considers that Parker might not arrive and might not be in the final room with Peterson. And his no guns little challenge hits a dead end before even gets driving. It's just a setup like everything else. He's let go only to be tempted to grab the gun. But if you ignore the boyfriend twist, if you see this as the game it was presented as being, it's not clear what's stopping him from leaving, and nothing motivating him to stay around besides what we can only assume to be an unshakable need to kill Peterson. It certainly doesn't help that what John spouts to him as part of this task doesn't hold any weight whatsoever. He's just like, "What does your life mean to you?" as a direct response to Parker saying how the money was for his family. Which I don't get because he's acting like it was stolen and not spent, but anyways. John's reason for testing Parker is flimsy, and while it's maybe kind of interesting that John would throw together a game on the fly, it mostly comes across as if he's just making up menial tasks because he absolutely has to test. He doesn't know how not to test. And please don't lose sight of the fact that this isn't real. All of the back and forth with John and Parker is just two dudes pretending to not pretend at each other. My attempts to understand what the test here is, how it can be won, and why it's happening ultimately doesn't matter. They're just saying what sounds good and doing what is most convincing to the audience. John isn't testing Parker. He's testing fake Parker, but in a way that also tests real Parker, in a way that allows him to keep playing fake Parker with consequences that fall on real Parker. Can you see why this is such terrible writing? John assures him at one point that he has his money, which is great for disgruntled customer Parker, but real Parker never gave up any money, so shouldn't that have been a red flag that maybe John is onto him? Thank goodness for Peterson that Parker loves her so much that he's willing to show up by himself, ready to take down some serial killers, and that even after getting hit upside the head with a lead pipe, being chained up and threatened, getting his weapon taken away from him, and the people he's conspired with being horrifically murdered in front of him, does not waver for a second in his commitment to the character just to get her freed. It would seem that even with all this, John didn't account for the possibility that Parker might get scared and try to save his own butt and give up the charade. Because not only does Parker's plan get ruined if he confesses, but more importantly, John's does. By the way, as is revealed, John had secretly swapped out the gunpowder in Parker's bullets, effectively turning them into blanks. This is, I guess, a way for John to ensure that he's not in any danger when he's held up, or that Parker can't use it in the final room. But doesn't it all answer the question of how his plan wouldn't be in danger had Parker fired it once? Why introduce something that you need to protect yourself from, and why bother when the act of trying to fire in itself ruins the plan? Just as John and Amanda are getting overtaken, the game is interrupted again, this time by Carlos, who is just kicking a soccer ball by himself against the building at like 5 in the morning like an NPC. Rather than ignore him because it's an unsuspecting kid and not the police, and now's not really the time to get distracted, Peterson decides to capture him as well to teach John a lesson. And that's how we get him and John in the seesaw. And that's when Peterson and Parker make their way towards the control room that is Peterson's bag of cash that John tells her about as kind of a phony, "I give up, just take the money and spare our lives." If you've been keeping count, this is the third time that John does the old, "I'm going to leave this really useful item out here in the open, and I'm going to pretend like I don't want you to take it because I know you'll do the opposite." First with the cell phone, then with Parker's gun, and here with the bag. Fourth time if you count the seesaw itself as bait. Talk about running a gimmick into the ground. Eventually, as part of the, surprise, John had rigged up the control room to the seesaw that is clear on the other side of the building. John has utilized a lot of automation, but here he has it so that grabbing a bag on a locker, because he knew it would be grabbed, cuts off the never-ending blood faucet across the building, because he knew that both would be happening simultaneously, automatically locks down said room, because he knew 2 people would be in there, kickstarts a 10-minute timer, turns on spinning red lights, begins pumping out a fatal gas, triggers John's pre-recorded instructions, and opens a human head-sized doggy door. Now, don't let me mislead you. It's not like Peterson grabbed the bag and the door immediately slammed shut. Just like with Diego's trap, John felt a need to be a bit more fanciful. Once the wire is tripped and the timer starts, an entire 30 seconds passes with the door still wide open. In real time, the seesaw stops, everyone catches their breath, and Peterson and Parker are standing around rummaging through the bag, still hoping to find their money, even though they saw the timer. The room is ominously red and machines are whirring up. They have no urgency whatsoever, and even if they didn't necessarily think to rush out of the room, why would John even give them a chance to? After the door locks, a crawling 2.5 minutes later is when the tape finally starts. Again, nothing is triggering these things to happen, they're just on arbitrary intervals it seems. In that time, John, Carlos, and Amanda all rush to free themselves. The group embraces and hugs. John gives a "You're a warrior" speech to Carlos. Don't even get me started. Peterson and Parker have time to unsuccessfully fire a gun at the door and think on it. They ask some valid but non-pertinent questions to each other that neither of them could possibly know the answer to and will never get answered because they don't know they're having a call and response with a flashback montage. Essentially, Peterson is asking questions to Parker that the movie is answering to the audience. They then stop to artfully stare at the group like dunces and aren't even trying to escape anymore, despite being trapped and having a timer of uncertain consequences counting down. Then the tape starts. 20 seconds after that, the gas starts creeping into the room. Parker finally senses danger and attempts to break a window with a chair with no luck. 43 seconds after the gas starts does the doggy door open, and 10 seconds after that is when the tape finally ends. To note, during all this, even though they wonder out loud several times how their plan failed or how John managed to do X and Y, they never once question what is happening. For the 3 minutes between grabbing the bag and the tape playing, for the additional 70 seconds the tape lasts, they don't attempt to devise any strategy, even though that's what they're best at. They don't try to come to terms with anything they did. They don't ask what the timer could possibly be for or what grabbing the bag actually did. There's stairwells and computers and control panels that they don't try to do anything with. They have enough wherewithal to try and shoot the door handle off almost immediately, but once that doesn't work, it's 3 minutes of them just standing there until Parker finally tries to break the window after noticing the poison. Are they trying to escape or not? John is so impressive, I guess, that it distracts people from their own impending death and paralyzes all decision-making ability. Even when he's standing there, they don't yell at him for answers or beg for mercy. When they're attempting to murder each other, they don't argue or plead. No one emotes or expresses fear or regret. No one is hesitant about killing the other. Just no one communicates or does anything unless the movie can cue it up to a soundbite or flashback. These idiots, who managed to coordinate a night's worth of lies in a 3-second phone call, could only muster up, "Let's try shooting the handle," despite there being no threat otherwise to impede trying anything and everything. It's ridiculous, and I struggle to think of any single mechanism as complex as this in the later films, never mind that this somehow proceeds too. Even the god-awful brazen pig at the end of 3D may as well have been a transformer, but it only did one thing. But thus begins our final trap, where Peterson and Parker need to fight to the death because John left an opening in the room only large enough for one. Now, I'm absolutely not going to be a stickler for timer accuracy. Probably no timers in the series actually play out for exactly how long they should. But if you're wondering, the 10-minute timer they had was actually about 6 minutes and 38 seconds of runtime. Again, it's fine, that's just how movies work. But I think that also implies that John's unpredictable and reckless sense of timing is actually way worse than the movie lets on. Wisely, the movie does not show the clock for a second between when it starts and when it ends. But even if it did, what's the point? There was nothing anyone could do until the doggy door opened, and no reason to do anything until the gas started. It's not like Peterson would kill Parker preemptively. From when that happens to when the timer ends is about 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Even being lenient with the editing, why does John start the timer at 10 minutes if most of that time isn't being used on anything? Why does he have a timer at all? The clock is never a factor in motivating Peterson or Parker, and John never tells them what it's for. Once the game starts, it's just a matter of who can kill the other before they're killed themselves. If only one can survive, as John assured us, it doesn't really matter if someone is killed with 10 minutes to go or 10 seconds to go. And the need to kill someone is only assumed based on the rules. If Peterson and Parker had just been hopping in and out for the remainder of the time instead of silently fighting to the death, I guess John somehow factored that into his poison formula. Like, if they're both alive with 10 seconds to go, there's not an immediacy to get something done before the timer hits 0. You can draw a parallel to Saw 2, but there was a concrete task with clear consequences. If you're alive at the end of the timer, you're free, but if you don't get a syringe, you're not making it to the end. He mentioned the nerve gas, the timer, how to survive. 3 crucial details he overlooked in Peterson's last test. And as much as I'm railing about it, this ending isn't nearly as delirious as Jigsaw or Spiral. Those endings are almost paralyzing as you're trying to follow a movie that's zigzagging away from you. X is just, I don't know, misguided, deflating. You're asking yourself just what this movie has accomplished and if it's been enough to justify the paths it's taking and the conclusions it seems to be making. The ending wasn't like, oh wow, that puts things into perspective, or I can't believe I missed that, or so that's where this was going. It's just like the movie ran out of steam and or victims, decided that it's been long enough and that it's time to bust out the gizmos and gadgets to spruce it up. And this was always going to be the problem when you're forcing yourself to have mind-blowing twists after 10 movies, on top of being pigeonholed by needing to feel classic and to use John as much as possible. I don't know how a movie that ran 2 hours needed to rush so much at the ending, other than because it stayed in one place for so long. It's not the cherry on top, it's just a cherry. You don't know what to focus on, and even if you did, it's not worth focusing on. There's a ton of emphasis on Peterson and Parker naturally, but it's a shockingly unconvincing relationship that adds nothing to their dynamic than if they were just co-workers or siblings. If anything, you would have suspected Parker was already involved because everyone else John encountered was, and he shows up conveniently after the phone call. There is zero setup to Peterson having a boyfriend or even another accomplice, and as is typical with these writers, that's because it needed to be a twist. They smooch a couple of times, but otherwise they're just a pair of dim-witted criminals with the same goals and the same personality. Parker is just a second Peterson for all intents and purposes, so the writers can have their cake and eat it too by killing the bad guy, but also homaging the earlier films by leaving a victim alive and helpless. There's also a big focus on John and Carlos, but even accepting the tackiness that John has formed a bond with a 10-year-old, the foundation of this friendship is just baffling. The movie wants you to think that there's some common ground or that John sees something in him or vice versa. But they have exactly one very brief conversation, and that's in the loosest definition possible. Carlos, no exaggeration, says 3 words in the entire movie. Halar, okay, and gracias. And they're not bonding over something tragic or significant. They're not even bonding, they're just foreshadowing. Like, John helps Carlos fix a bike wheel, and the only thing he knows about him is that he's the son of the caretaker of the property and plays soccer. Until the final trap, Carlos does nothing else but kick a ball and make noise. I've been kind of hyperbolic in saying that there are no characters in this movie, but Carlos truly isn't. He's just a plot device who is there for Peterson to prove how evil she is and for John to prove how kind-hearted he is. And the problem is that he ends up being so important to the climax and resolution that it's just a stain on whatever the movie thought it had been building up to. I've probably spent more time talking about Carlos than he had screen time. Then John gives him a ridiculous amount of cash to cap off the whole thing. In part charity, in part thank you, because make no mistake, you're supposed to believe that he saved John's life somehow. The implication there is that Carlos and his dad must be poor and therefore need charity, even though that definitely never came up. For all we know, Carlos's dad was in on the scheme too, since everyone else Peterson introduced us to was, right? And this just reinforces that, for as thoughtful as the writers want John to be, taking all that money and choosing to hand it over to a child and not the families of the victims who were conned out of that money in the first place isn't in any way satisfying. Carlos shouldn't be all smiles after just getting tortured and waterboarded. He shouldn't be happy after seeing Cecilia and Parker fighting to the death. He shouldn't even be comprehending what was happening because he doesn't know John or Amanda and doesn't seem to speak English at all. He shouldn't know what to do with a bag full of US dollars, and this experience should just scar him for life. But yet, he's such an extraordinary, strong-willed child that he's willing to drown for some random old dude when no more than 5 minutes prior, he was innocently kicking a ball against a wall, none the wiser. Fair enough that John isn't going to let a little kid die by his hand, whatever. It's a weak circumstance to write, and you've got to appreciate that the series had managed to avoid it for 9 movies, but this is real to John, so here we are. But to have John's adoration of Carlos become the focal point of the ending, and to make the kid the unnecessary crux for a lot of the drama of it, is really just the perfect encapsulation of everything wrong with this movie. Almost every case of a wrench being thrown into John's plans ends up either being premeditated or just so effortlessly rolled with that it may as well have been. I don't know why John didn't capture Parker along with the rest of the group. They do make a point where Hoffman over the phone is like, I phoned Henry, though he doesn't actually say Henry because it's a secret, but you'll have to track Parker, though he doesn't actually say Parker, on your own. So it's a plot point that John can't locate Parker, but I don't know why it's a plot point other than to pad some time and give John an excuse to overcomplicate his test. We're supposed to believe that John can track and capture his victims with the stealth and composure of Agent 47, has untraceable government-level access to databases of the most confidential of records, can reverse engineer long-dormant crimes and events stemming from just a gut feeling, and has the resources to assemble high-tech death machines with about the same production rate as the Hostess factory, in part thanks to his SEAL squadron of apprentices. But here, during the never-needed-to-be-mentioned events between Saw 1 and 2, John Kramer met his match. Parker freaking Sears, a man who is so crafty and confident, allegedly, that for no reason whatsoever will use his real name in a grossly risky and illegal scam despite playing only a 15-second role that didn't need to exist in the first place. At no point does he appear to be anything but a heavy who follows Peterson's orders and doesn't seem to have any knowledge or skills besides acting ability, but that's everyone in this movie. He certainly doesn't discuss his role in all of this, or just how exactly he pulled off this disappearing act, or how come he couldn't cover everyone else's tracks with him. They're never going to explain why Parker is the one victim in the series that John, Amanda, and Hoffman combined couldn't locate, simply because they can't for the sake of plot convenience. And it wasn't even John's own genius that pieced together his involvement. Rather, he needed to uncharacteristically interrogate Diego to make up for his uncharacteristic inability to locate someone. The extent of the snippet of that we get is that Parker is a handler, whatever the hell that means in the context of a half-assed team of fake doctors, that he's in on it, and that he's sleeping with Peterson. How John was able to channel that into what we got is nothing short of amazing. And not necessarily a criticism, but funny anyway. When Parker first gets the jump on John, he demands the keys from Amanda. Then, without doing anything with them, demands Amanda take the keys back to unlock Peterson. Then he picks up the keys to give to John to lock himself in, then takes the keys back again to give to Amanda to lock herself in, then finally holds on to the keys so he can lock Carlos in because I guess he just sensed he'd need them later. Sure, lumping Parker with the group isn't as bow-tied as putting the surgical team into one game, but John had no problem testing Baraka arms on his own, and his reverse psychology domino effect of leaving a cell phone behind and knowing who will be called and when they'll arrive and how they'll act is so genius it's stupid. Parker's only real course of action in this movie is to help Peterson escape so the twist can happen. But a not insignificant chunk of time is wasted on watching him watch the game dumbfounded, and any intrigue of the indoctrination angle flatlines as soon as he's released. No idea why John felt it important to keep him around or toy with him like that, or why he couldn't just test him or Peterson with a normal, straightforward trap. No idea how Peterson was to complete the seesaw game, or even if it was supposed to be her game, or if it's even a game. While the trap does stall enough to give Peterson time to get to the other room, why the hell would John subject himself to actual drowning in actual blood for a ridiculously long time and not just make up any other easily faked trap? Especially since, again, John wasn't expecting anyone but him or Amanda to be put in it. So, Carlos being in it accidentally and conveniently fixes this flaw. After all, if John and Amanda did the logical thing and devised this where they only needed to pretend to be in anguish, then Carlos would have no way of knowing to play along or how to. So it's perfect that he can be bloodboarded, even if just for a second, so it looks more convincing to Peterson and the audience. John planted a cell phone, knowing Peterson would call Parker, and knowing he would bring a gun, and knowing he would break the rules, and knowing he would hold John and Amanda up, and knowing he would free Peterson, and knowing he wouldn't fire the gun once, and knowing they would put them in the seesaw, and knowing they won't stay around to watch, and knowing that Peterson would grab the bag as soon as possible, and knowing Parker would be in the room with her. The lines are so blurred as far as what's the con and what are real consequences that you can't even just sit back and go, John's plans go off perfectly, that's just how it is, because there's just no logic to his plans. In fact, they're seemingly self-sabotaged by John himself so that he can then show off his contingency. You know what would have worked just as well? Capture Peterson, tell her to text Parker to meet her at the warehouse, capture him, and put them in a couple of traps. Or interrogate Peterson to get Parker's location and go get him. Done. No acting necessary. No mannequins or guns or fake traps or bluffing needed. John is no longer a guy who has clever, cruel methods of rehabilitation. He's a guy consumed by a need to overcomplicate and can't just connect two dots with a straight line. At the rate this movie devolved, it was unnervingly close to having John confess he always knew the surgery was a scam, and I'm surprised it didn't happen. You can dangle a gun in front of someone, put them in a life-threatening situation, and assume they'll shoot it. You can give someone a phone, cut them off from the rest of the world, and assume they'll call for help. But John didn't merely account for a gun to be fired and a call to be made. He knew that the gun wouldn't be fired. He knew exactly what call was going to be made, knew how the conversation would go, and basically every decision that would stem from it. The only reason you wouldn't believe that John has a way out of this is because him being in the situation at all makes no sense. What we're supposed to think is that John and Amanda planned the whole time to be in the seesaw as a means to stall, and knowing how it functions could make sure that neither is drowning for any significant length of time. But that still doesn't explain how Peterson was so confident in what it would do to John and didn't think for a second about how it would have worked for her to have ever been in it. To add to the frustration, as they're doing their victory lap, Parker asks Peterson directly who was supposed to be the other person in the trap. And without acknowledging him at all, because she's just possessed by greed, Peterson goes, "Oh, there's the money," and a second later, the final trap is triggered. This reminds me so much of Spiral, when O'Brien asks Zeke why Pete, a guy off the force for 10 years, still has security access, and Zeke just walks past him. Like, why do the writers have characters draw attention to their oversights? It's not making characters look smart, it's not covering your bases, it's just drawing attention to oversights, and is yet another cop-out of smart enough to make this observation, but too stupid to make it in a reasonable time. Was Peterson supposed to be tested twice? Where does her test begin and end? Did everyone else dying change her game at all? Was she supposed to be in the final room? Was she supposed to be in the seesaw at all? If she was Parker supposed to be the second person? What if he died in the seesaw? What if Parker never showed up in the first place? What if she called literally anyone else? Was the final room a punishment for Peterson going for the money, or a punishment for holding everyone hostage? Was it her final test? Was it her only test? Did she win then? If she did, was she left for dead anyway? If she didn't go for the money, is that considered her learning her lesson, even after everything else she did? If Peterson took too long to get to the room or find the bag, how much longer could John keep up being drowned for? How much blood was there in that trap? What if Peterson went by herself to get the money? Heck, Parker did go by himself to get the money, and was just too much of a dunce to see a giant black bag on the locker he already got his gun from. So what happens if he finds this not even hidden bag right away while Peterson is still downstairs? What if they stood around to make sure John died? The writers don't see these questions as worthy of an answer. They don't see these as potential plot holes. They don't even see them as open for fan theories. They just don't care. Would this movie have been that much different if there wasn't a game? If this was a movie about Peterson and her gang breaking into John's house, stealing a bunch of money, and the rest of the movie was John driving around town and shooting everyone one by one, having the plot stem from John's cancer diagnosis is a nice way to tie things into the series, but isn't important to how the story plays out. It's just a way in which he was wronged. John conducting games is more just a way to dress up a revenge murder, but the why and how could be anything. And big picture, keeping in mind that this is a test for Peterson, there's a lesson that John intends for her to learn. What part of killing her boyfriend, a guy that has only existed in this movie as such for 20 minutes and appears to be the least important member of her team, is supposed to resonate with us? What's the takeaway? If Parker had won, which he very easily could have, how does that make any sense considering he wasn't even guaranteed to be there? Are we supposed to be happy that Peterson won because she's the physical underdog? Are we supposed to feel bad for Parker because Peterson has been the one in charge? John wants Peterson to believe she made a string of wrong decisions which justifies how she ended up the way she did. But she's had nothing to do with this entire movie and had been given no actual choices to make the wrong one. Parker grabbed the gun, sure, but John didn't tell Peterson not to take the money. It's not like he told her to go into the seesaw and she refused, or told her to not kill other people as part of her game and she went against that. She was in a game of survival and took action to survive and didn't break any rules because she wasn't given any, but again, because she's such a terrible person with her every move, her trying to one-up John, a guy who's probably going to kill her, is a bad thing. Little to nothing of John's soapbox moments seem to address the notion that he's crafted the entire night around Peterson and what her and Parker are cooking up, with no regard as to what that means for the other three people in the game. Peterson can't look back at what John says in retrospect and beat herself up for missing something. John guilts her, sure, he literally hangs her wrongdoings in front of her face. But despite everything he says, he seems to forget to tell her what she should or shouldn't do as part of her lesson. You wonder just what the purpose of testing Matteo, Valentina, and Gabriella was, because they don't have any impact on what John ultimately wants to accomplish with Peterson. If anything, they're additional burdens that, if they lived, could have potentially swayed the game in a million directions. Amanda asks Peterson if she cares about her friends being dead, and Peterson, of course, is like, "They weren't my friends, they were just in my way. More money for me, mwahaha." But surely Amanda and John knew that she wouldn't care? They don't structure the game for her to care. If she's as unflinchingly driven by money as they expect her and Parker to be, that's the crux of this test after all, then of course she's going to want everyone else dead. The movie makes a point to emphasize that John and Amanda were taken aback by Peterson murdering Gabriella and putting a kid in a death trap, but yet the seesaw business hinges on them knowing that Peterson will eagerly go out of her way to torture John and Amanda to death, and that Parker, someone they can't even track, is the type of guy to show up to places with a gun ready to shoot someone, and also pretend to be a guy who shows up to places with a gun ready to shoot someone. If you want to introduce the idea that for some people, money just trumps everything and fuels them to do terrible things and all too often seems to take priority over human life itself, then screw it. Go full game show or battle royal with it. Have John say he's got his money back, and after X hours, whoever is alive gets a split of the money, or that if someone is able to complete a trap, they get paid. It's absolutely silly and unoriginal. I hate it myself, but it at least brings in an element of winnability, uncertainty, and drama with concrete actions, rather than this sluggish, predictable gauntlet of questionable decisions and manipulation. Emphasis on manipulation, because it's not like Peterson woke up and started demanding her money unprompted. It's not like John is explicitly testing her with the end goal being she needs to get it back somehow. If John didn't take the bag, if John didn't let her know he has the bag and that it's upstairs, the money probably would have been the last thing on her mind, and it sure as heck wouldn't have been nagging her like a devil on her shoulder. Without it, the game would be less about what she'll stoop to get it, and more what she's willing to do to survive. Imagine that. If she's so greedy that she'll just let people die for nothing more than a slightly larger slice of the pie, then what does that say about the scam as a whole? She created the scam. She decided what the expenses would be, what she's going to charge, how many people are involved, what people are involved, and how much they're each going to get paid. She's the head of a criminal organization, more or less, and has no legal incentive to follow through on anything she promises. She's wickedly self-serving, but all the same still chooses to employ 5 or so people to stand around and pantomime for not even a day, and is generous enough to divide and label their payouts when she easily could have just fled or had everyone else killed or just not paid. Because really, what are they going to do if she doesn't? If she wasn't captured, presumably she would have been more than fine with her payday. But because she is captured, suddenly her share isn't quite large enough? Of course, Peterson isn't dumb. She can't outright taunt the rest of the group and belly laugh when they're killed. She can't even just stay silent. She knows that to really sell this facade, she has to spend the entirety of the game giving advice and motivation to everyone during their tests. This is a normal reaction, assuming she's a decent person who is at the mercy of a couple of killers, if she was actually trying and wanted to help her friends live through these horrific events. This is a puzzling reaction for a person who has been scheming the entire night and admits she doesn't care about anyone and directly benefits from their deaths. With the possible exception of Gabriella, Peterson isn't giving advice that you could look at as bad intentioned, where what she's saying seems helpful, but she knows is causing more harm. She's full of come-ons and you can do this and hurry-ups. She's happy to reiterate the rules and tell everyone what they need to do to win. There's nothing malicious about what she's saying, and the only reason she can claim to have been is because everyone died, which they would have no matter what she said. It's not even Peterson being one track in her thinking, it's that to be that way, she needs to have an unbelievable lack of situational awareness. Because besides an I can't bear to look reaction here and there, she absolutely does not care that she's in a game. I just watched these people get viciously murdered in the most gruesome methods imaginable. I'm chained up potentially seconds away from being killed myself since I have no idea where this game is going. The person I called to rescue me is tied up upstairs, but oh, me bag o' money. This isn't even her being selfish to win the game. She's not under the impression they're competing somehow, or that them dying quicker gets her out quicker. She has nothing motivating any of her actions, and if anything, she's just waiting around to get thrown into her game, because unlike the writers, she doesn't know what her test is or when it will happen. It could have been the very first trap of the game, and at that point, it wouldn't matter how great her and Parker's plan is if she's killed before he shows up. The idea that she can tune all that out because of the remote chance Parker can free her is only possible because she's aware of her own plot armor, not any story element. And I know it comes across like I'm way too deep in the weeds with this, but when you consider that with only a few minor exceptions, nearly every minute of this story is permeated with a deception of some sort, and that any given decision or action comes with the asterisk of being accounted for or even anticipated, I don't think it's trivial to ask that it's rationalized or consistent. These cons are what weaves together the events of the film. It's the impetus of most of the dramatic turns it takes. It's what every character is engaging in or responding to, whether they know it or not. It's the motivation of both the primary protagonist and antagonist. I don't think it's overly critical to try and understand the logic of a sequence of events that the writers themselves must think are logical, and if they don't, then it really deserves a critical look. With all that being said though, while the extent and even existence of these cons are saved until the final act, and between you and me, probably only decided by the writers at that time, the movie we watched to up to that point isn't necessarily broken because of it. You can probably watch this movie once through, roll with its punches, and come out of it having gotten something resembling a resolution to the story being told. At least within its own odd, limited constraints. It's not something like Jigsaw or Spiral that are mostly or entirely about solving a case, and the payoff is that someone who has been on the front lines of solving the case brings it to an anticlimactic halt by not only coming forward as the killer unprovoked, but as a result has been sabotaging and influencing every step of the investigation. That's something that breaks a movie and wastes our time and effort as audience members who foolishly thought we were participating in a mystery. I appreciate the intended punchline of Peterson kinda sorta getting tricked the way that John himself was tricked, but for that to work out, this all would have had to have been designed as a test for Peterson and planned to take the turns that it did to ensure that she can be tricked eventually. Had she done everything right, whatever right is, she never would have been confronted with this irony and learned from that lesson. In John's final tape to Peterson and Parker, he's all like, "You never realized that you were the marks all night long." Which, no duh, because they'd both been captured and helpless for a majority of the game. So it's not quite the flex John thinks it is. Regardless if they knew if they were being conned somehow, that doesn't change that they were both completely powerless and could have been subjected to 1,000 other punishments of John's choosing at any time. They didn't think they had the upper hand the whole time. They didn't think they were controlling the game. They didn't wake up that morning plotting against John. They hatched an impromptu plan in hopes for an opening that they couldn't have even known would be there. The only advantage they had was just keeping up the act of pretending to not be working together, which requires next to no effort. They in no way could have predicted that by keeping up the act that John would give them nothing to do until the ending. They must have known that if John wanted, he could have slapped a reverse bear trap on both of them at literally any time. So I fail to see John's point about them not realizing they were the marks. John didn't lead her on or promise her anything that he then reneged on or that Peterson misconstrued. She just went into business for herself and didn't consider any negative outcomes. And let's be honest, if Peterson got conned because she thought one thing would happen and the opposite did, then everyone in the entire series was a con artist. John getting one on her sounds like a nice way for him to get the last laugh, but loses all meaning when you realize that basically every character in this movie has spent a significant chunk of time bluffing or putting on a front of some sort. John pretended to not plan for Parker's arrival, pretended to get held up and pretended to be in a trap. Parker pretended to be a patient and pretended to not be scheming with Peterson. Peterson pretended to perform a surgery, pretended that she wasn't working with Parker, and pretended to care what happened to the others. Amanda was pretending to do everything John was. All 5 of the others who were part of the Peterson project were also pretending to do everything surrounding the surgery. It's a debate on if any of this is truly a game worth investing any time trying to relate with, or if it's John seeing out his own personal theater production of which every outcome was scripted ahead of time. Because at various points, John makes asides to Amanda, both assuring her that everything will go to plan and that things didn't quite go to plan as they're walking away smiling and skipping hand in hand into the sunrise. So sure, it didn't go 100% to plan, just 99%, and the outcome didn't change, and in some ways it ended up being a better plan for him. Like sure, he never expected Carlos to show up, but man did it make the trap that much more convincing since John needing to sacrifice himself for a kid is far deadlier in appearance than John and Amanda flipping a lever every few seconds, or however that would have been presented. And I'm not totally convinced Carlos's inclusion was anything more than an afterthought. My theory is that the writers worried that John might have come off a bit more sinister than vindictive otherwise. For as much as I rip on them for their masturbatory nods to Saw 1, not even that can overcome their horniness for making all their Jigsaw killers the Punisher. The Jigsaw that walked away from the bathroom was loathsome. You liked Gordon, you liked Adam, you felt horrible for Zep, and while there was a certain adrenaline rush and wow factor to what John had shaped over the night, I can't imagine people claiming that Adam got what he deserved or that this Jigsaw guy was totally right to kidnap a mother and child. Really, I suppose this was more of a bind for the writers than a conscious effort. John has so much power and control for most of the movie that for him to just walk away from Peterson, say, "game over," and slam the door would almost leave you with a, well, duh, reaction. We know John and Amanda are surviving. We know that whatever happens to any new characters isn't going to impact the remainder of the series. There are no stakes for John. There are no obstacles for John. And even when there aren't. And that's basically how it is for most of the film. This movie is one big foregone conclusion, literally and figuratively. So when we get to the resolution, there's nothing to resolve. Peterson is both a victim and the main antagonist. John is both a killer and the main protagonist. I won't say it's a strange dichotomy, but the movie removes so much of the victim and killer aspects that they hardly register. Every character, ignoring if they're alive or dead, ends up exactly where they started and stays there every second between. If John only walks away, it's maybe deserving of a polite clap and a pat on the back, but I wouldn't say it's a satisfying ending because it only pays off the tail end twist of Peterson's secret scheme that otherwise affected nothing prior. Peterson's comeuppance for the initial con, the reason she and everyone else were there in the first place, is almost forgotten once the decision was made to structure it all around Parker's involvement. I don't think we ever really got the payoff to the main story, and in many ways, we never really got the main story. It's just shoveled into the trash heap of a second con that Peterson conveniently cooked up. It makes you wonder what John wanted to accomplish. It's one thing to capture Peterson and determine she's worthy of being tested, but another to almost entrap her into making additional decisions so that you can then punish her for it. It would be like if John tested Zepp for holding Gordon's family hostage. The writers slithered their way out of this problem in the previous movies by distracting you with a killer reveal and therefore an implicit to be continued. A distraction that they don't have the luxury of this time around, for better or worse. So I believe Carlos was the duct tape slapped onto this leaky boat. Without him, everything that happens to the other characters remains unchanged. Peterson is trapped, Parker is dead, John and Amanda leave. Carlos being there was a slight speed bump, but the events all played out as they were going to with or without his accidental intervention. But with him, now the movie has something to circle back to. A circle back to the nothing scene of Carlos's bike. It's not like his bike was broken, John fixed it, and then later Carlos rides it around, ringing a bell obnoxiously and drawing attention to himself. Then in some way, Carlos and John's encounter had a domino effect. If John hadn't fixed it, Carlos wouldn't have been able to ride it and therefore wouldn't have been there to get noticed. But what happens is that when Carlos gets captured, it's because he's kicking a soccer ball, and his bike is nowhere to be seen. Sure, there's a consequence that without the bike fixing, John wouldn't have learned Halar, and so he couldn't have yelled at Carlos to no Halar, but rather than the foreshadowing it really wanted to be, our payoff is that Carlos just so happened to be up questionably early to do the one hobby the movie allowed him to have, and John just so happened to need to use the one Spanish word he learned. And he didn't need to use it because Carlos halars anyway, and that didn't even really matter because John regains control almost immediately because that's how the trap works. But even if it didn't work like that, John can give up the act and unlock the trap at any time. So he clearly prioritizes his ruse over potentially drowning a kid, but no one wants to bring that up. So, Carlos is a way for the movie to trick us into thinking that John's crusade had been something more than just him sitting around humoring himself while waiting for Peterson to fail, which it has been. On the off chance that you geeks might still see John as a serial killer and aren't applauding that he left Peterson for dead in the same way you didn't when he left Adam, well, you can't dislike a guy who rescues children and donates money, can you? Carlos is so non-existent, so unimportant to the plot. His interference doesn't even impact the things he impacted, and quite frankly, he's lame, that I find it hard to believe he was a character the writers had a plan for. But yet, the final note of the movie is somehow about how Carlos is a warrior, how Carlos helped John, how generous John was by giving Carlos money, how happy and safe Carlos is now, and the movie fades to white with Carlos in the center of the frame, as if this was some sort of enlightening journey for him. Sure, Peterson is back there somewhere, and she must have survived according to her and Parker's last tape. But without any parting words from John, you're not sure what to make of it. No, it's not a terrible predicament she's in, all things considered. She's not chained up or in a dark basement. The poison gas is shut off. She can probably find a way out of a room that's mostly windows, but that's not the point. That's not even a thought. No matter how the night turned out, Peterson was absolutely not getting the "Most people are so ungrateful to be alive" speech. The movie doesn't want you to think that Peterson is capable of being grateful. The movie doesn't want you to think that John might see this as a lesson being taught somehow. The movie may as well have killed Peterson because there's not even an insinuation of what she could have done to redeem herself. It's not like Adam, where you need to accept that he lost and that he's screwed, but go crazy with your theories anyway. Whether we want to admit it or not, Peterson won her game. She survived Jigsaw. But how we leave her isn't open ended. It's not a non ending. It's like it's torn between two endings because of the absolute mess of events leading into it, where Peterson won a game as the result of a game she lost, as the result of a game she never had. And all the movie could do to get its feel good ending was treat the night as if John had won a game he controlled and wasn't playing. I said at the onset of this video that I didn't walk away from the theater angry after seeing X. With 3D and Jigsaw, I knew instantly they were the worst entries to date. Spiral was up for debate, but after a couple more watches and putting together my last video, I came out of it willing to say that actually it's the worst. My impression of X, for better or worse, hasn't wavered with multiple viewings. I was pretty certain it was better than Jigsaw and Spiral, but too comparative for comfort, and I stick by saying that it's worse than 3D, but I'd entertain any of those four being the worst depending on the day. X to me is just a last-ditch effort, another coat of paint for a series that has burned through all of its tricks and excuses and just can't seem to figure out what it's doing wrong. They've tried bringing in new directors, old directors, more Tobin, less Tobin, big name actors, new genres, new killers, political slants, different release dates, different locations and continuities. They've done everything but just admit that these aren't well-written movies anymore. So as a fan, it's hard to buy into this pitch that X is somehow this well-intentioned, concerted effort to finally do right by the fans, when beneath the familiar facade is a Frankenstein composed of parts ripped from the forgotten remains of Jigsaw and Spiral because the writers are just as lost as the series itself. I don't even want to say that the writing in this movie is convoluted. Characters and their actions are, yes, but broadly speaking, it's not hard to follow what's happening, which is good. It's not off the wall and artificially adrenalized like Jigsaw if that's going to be the baseline. I guess it's more like Spiral, in that it's driven by a numbing stupidity shared by aimless characters in a drab, isolated, unrelatable world that you're stuck with because there's no secondary plots. You can practically feel the way the writers came into X with little more than an itinerary and were relying on John and Amanda's star power to carry things as much as possible. So whereas Jigsaw's issues stemmed from the writers oohing and eyeing with their fists smashing against the keyboard as they fired off Saw buzzwords, and Spiral's stemmed from a movie seemingly having been written on the fly as it takes a shotgun approach to developing its own universe and accidentally shooting itself in the foot, X's issues are bewildering and stem from how much it coasts, how so often it's looking back at what's come before it that it runs headfirst into everything in front of it. While it's nice that it doesn't try to overextend and reach beyond its grasp, it knows it's a pastiche and doesn't try for any political or moral leanings. It also has a pretty limited grasp. There are no shortage of moments of workable, perhaps even compelling ideas that the movie can only manage to get a fingertip on, like grabbing branches as it's falling out of a tree. John being the victim of a con is interesting as a character study, but it's flimsy and campy in its execution and only serves to support perhaps the least nuanced interpretation of a Jigsaw killer yet. John and Amanda improvising and forcing Parker to see as I see had all sorts of potential that was squandered since both sides were entirely bluffing and so it never truly got off the ground. John being put into one of his own traps and even a child being put into a trap was an intriguing slant on the formula, but that too gets undermined as another case of John's impeccable foresight. I was ready to enjoy the movie, and even through the tropes and the pandering and the meandering, The movie managed to convince me that my patience would be rewarded when in all reality, it wasn't trying to be interesting in and of itself, it was trying to be something that's already interesting. Rarely did I feel like this was an appreciation of the series, or even just a genuine attempt at adding to it. It piggybacked, it demonstrated some knowledge, but it amounted to little more than an impression, which can be fun. I can see where people who say they enjoyed it are coming from if they're already the kind of people who think the series is already kind of out there. What I'm not sure of is how people who might have felt that 3D Jigsaw and Spiral were terrible films could also think that X is not only significantly better, but actually good. Sure, the first quarter was, if nothing else, refreshing as we re experience John's coping with his cancer diagnosis. John and Amanda's ever presence is, of course, comfortably nostalgic. Holding most of the movie in a single grimy warehouse is admirable in its late stage restraint, but you have to wade through a lot of muck to draw those conclusions. I think it overbearingly falls into the same devices that had kneecapped the previous films. Throwaway characters that are only throwaway victims, stagnant plots that are little more than time padding for undermining twists, repetitive, overbooked, and tensionless traps, movie-long fake-outs, needlessly grandiose schemes, a disregard for traps as anything but means to an end, dull expository dialogue, justice serving anti-heroes for killers, and a dependence on treating the audience like children who can't be trusted to remember anything and need their eyes constantly covered to make sure we don't accidentally see any surprises in store. I think the movie does a great job at making you believe there's something to it when you're in the theater watching it for the first time, and maybe that's a compliment to it. It does at points capture that cold, unsettling weightiness that defined the original series, mostly when there's not a game happening, but those moments are few and far between and brief and understated. What remains is a hollow story, devoid of character arcs or an observable plot progression, lacking anything but fleeting, superficial moments of tension that are only familiar with a passing glance. On second and third viewings, the movie short circuits and self-destructs despite its efforts to be so foolproof as to be useless. I can forgive the movie not making sense timeline-wise if the game was done well. I can forgive the game lacking a goal if the traps were inventive or tense. I can forgive the traps being lame if the characters in them were interesting. But the movie just missed the mark with nearly every shot it took, and yet we're supposed to be impressed because it's a really cool gun it's holding. In my opinion, Saw X is not a step in the right direction. It's more like a movie that tripped over its own feet and momentarily stumbled that way for a second, which might be more than what we've gotten lately, but it's still not enough. What it really is one trap forward and two traps back. But wait, this video isn't over yet. Much like Saw X, we've got a mid-credits review. What is probably the low point of this film for me, and just the most apt way of capping off this reboot trilogy, is the scene with Henry's trap. It's staggering in its incomprehensibility and almost embarrassing in its pandering. After the initial wave of credits, we're suddenly greeted by the blinding lights of the bathroom turning on, which through this trilogy, they've actually managed to avoid showing or overtly referencing. But here we are in the thick of it. Why are we here? Because John is still out for revenge, and we haven't resolved things with Henry, even though we haven't thought much of him in the first place and we've all forgotten about him. Henry is hanging by his arms in the middle of the bathroom with something strapped around him. And that's not to criticize it, but just to point out that it doesn't have an obvious function, which will be important. To our shock and awe, Henry is flanked on either side by John and Hoffman, who are there not to tell Henry the rules or convey a lesson, but to gloat about how badly he screwed up and how great John is. Then the trap begins and starts clawing into Henry while John and Hoffman watch on proudly and the movie does a wacky spinning transition into the credits. I would say I was gobsmacked, but my eyes hadn't fully rolled back yet from the real ending to take it in. Even as a fun little fan service addendum, which is literally what it is, I can't imagine who is going to find this satisfying or clever or even interesting. This being set in the bathroom is derisive for a lot of reasons, the least of which is that we've been back there to know that there's no evidence this trap happened. So now I guess we have to pretend this is non-canon, and not technically being a part of this movie, it's easy enough to roll with that. But then why is it non-canon? How would we know? And why is it a mid-credits scene? It's not like they wanted to shoehorn Hoffman in and they just couldn't work him into the film otherwise. They had him on the phone with John during the movie. They didn't show him, but it was his voice. So why not just show him then? Okay, you want him doing something more menacing than being on the phone, but whatever he was doing here isn't exactly something worth saving like it's a masterful return. Truth is, with the no information we're given and how the trap is presented, it looks like John and Hoffman are just standing around taunting the victim like they've never done before and openly murdered him, which makes this way worse than just being a nothing trap. We don't hear any rules, we're not told how the trap works, there's no escape for Henry that we can discern. We just see him reacting to the trap, clearly unable to do anything before we cut back to the credits. It's not a scene. It's not a game. It's not setting up something or bringing the series full circle, but much like the main movie, the luxury of seeing things we liked or once liked, no matter what the context, is supposed to be enough. And perhaps the bigger shame of whatever this was supposed to be is that I think with a little reworking, that Henry as a character could have really turned the movie around or at least strengthen the course it was already kind of on. While Henry completely overplays his hand by strutting around healthy as a horse and telling John his cancer is in total remission, I think that things would have been a lot more interesting and impactful had Henry been an actual victim of Peterson's con and not a participant in it. And yes, we're going to play Monday Morning QB. I'm not suggesting this was an obvious miswriting decision. We're definitely writing in hindsight, but it's such a simple fix that I do think it's indicative of where the writers' heads are at in a given moment. If Henry was a victim, he could still coerce John into getting the procedure because he truly believes it works and has convinced himself he's better when he's really not. And while, sorry writers, it wouldn't have been to Peterson's long-term plan, what's wrong with word of mouth instead of this weird, intentional happenstance recruiting method? Henry would have been a sympathetic face to put to John's crusade instead of this convenient phone book of nameless victims and financial records that Amanda pulls out of thin air. Instead of John unearthing the con and hard-cutting to the first trap, maybe he reaches back out to Henry to find out what's going on or let him know, and it turns out that he either passed away or is in his dying moments and broke, so that we actually have some tangible, observable emotional consequences to what Peterson had done, instead of John having no real losses. Maybe instead of giving a 10-year-old hundreds of thousands of dollars who will do God knows what with it, John gives that money to Henry or his family. No, this doesn't fix my inherent problems with good guy John playing Robin Hood and going on a revenge tour. It doesn't at all fix the hollow wheel spinning of the warehouse game itself, but it at least puts it into a different context with a little more depth and a more satisfying outcome than this nonsensical half scene that serves no function than to appease a vocal minority of Hoffman fanatics and bathroom obsessors. Thanks for your patience, everyone. See you in 2 years.